Everyone, the Chess.com Open continues. I'm back. Grandmaster Amon Hambleton, joined by Grandmaster Eric Hansen. And Eric, we are now in the playoffs, so the stakes are higher than ever. How excited are you for today's matchups?
Super excited. We're one step closer to, those coveted spots for the EWC. And I mean, I think the field, 16 players, a lot of familiar names, but half the field are those young guys trying to ascend to the top. We even have World Championship challenger Sindarov, right? So I'm excited. There's too much chess. I hope people are strapped in and ready to go. But yeah, no, I love the 10-0 format. I think I've always said that. That gives us great games.
It does. There's no increment on these matchups. They're going to get 4 games in the winner's bracket between these two. But let's talk about the format and what exactly we're going to be seeing over these next 4 days of chess. It is a 16-player double elimination bracket. That means there's a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. So if you win, you move on in the winner's bracket. If you lose, you drop down to the loser's bracket. 10 minutes, no increment. Of course, they're playing for those top 3 spots, Eric, that qualify them for the EWC. And in the winner's bracket, they're going to be playing a best of 4. In the loser's bracket, a best of 2. So, Eric, you lose that first game, you drop down into the loser's bracket, immediately, you could be 2 games away from full elimination. So it can happen that quickly.
Yeah, I think that's the format that, for the fans, this knockout, this quick... Yeah, it also means there's more upsets, right? Like, you can be a top player, you just wake up a little funny or just have that bit of brain fog for an hour, and all of a sudden you're just out of the event. And so the shorter the match, the more the variance, and I think the more entertainment for the crowd.
Yeah, I guarantee we're in for an exciting day today. But let's have a look at the actual matchups now as well, the bracket and what things look like. We're taking a look on the left side of the screen here. We're in the winners round of 16, right? These are the matchups that we're going to be getting into, and today we're going to be covering the winners round of 16 onto the winners quarterfinals, and also the first round of the losers bracket as well. So what that means, Eric, is we are going to see some players be eliminated even today. Looking at these matchups, right, you have Magnus Carlsen there on the top of the screen, of course, representing Team Liquid. But going down through these, you mentioned Sindarov as well, the newest World Championship challenger. Which one of these matchups, Eric, are you really looking at?
I think Sindarov and Dubov is a great one, because Dubov is excellent at rapid chess. Sindarov is elite. You should show that in candidates. But, while you make it to the top, there's so many guys that are still, big challenges. There's so many elite, semi-elite players that, I just mean guys like Nihal, Dubov. On a good day, they can beat anyone. And we'll see if that, some of these young players like Sindarov, who have come into the spotlight of chess as the World Championship challenger, you can maintain that, because now everyone's going for you, right? Now, this is his first event. Now it's no longer, he's the one coming up. Now everyone wants to beat him as the World Championship challenger. He could be the future world champion later this year. So that's one that stands out to me. This other match, Arjun Erigaisi versus Cena move ahead. I mean, Arjun is incredibly strong. For those that follow online chess, you know that this Cena is underrated. He is one of these big talents coming out of Iran, where his rating has not caught up to his level. And every year, it's just one of these years that breakthrough is going to take place. Maybe it's this event. He just needs that platform. So I see a really good mix of veterans, young players that are established, and then some really strong young players that have yet to have that breakthrough, but they're making their presence a bit more consistent in these top events. And there's life-changing opportunities. EWC, esports teams, the prize fund involved. There's life-changing money for some of these chess players that haven't yet made it to the very top. So really curious to follow some of those storylines. As you mentioned, right? Some people are eliminated today. 4, I think, right? 4 out of the 16, a quarter of the field should be eliminated today. 8 players go to the losers bracket, and then we cover that. So it can happen in just a couple of hours, and I'm sure we're going to get some upsets.
Yeah, and obviously on the graphics and when the games start, you'll see some of the players that have their country flag next to their name, but other players are going to have their esports logo. So what, of course, that means is that some of these players are not yet signed to a team. So this is also a big moment. You mentioned how impactful the EWC is for the careers of some of these players. Making it there is one thing, but also just making it there and potentially coming with it, signing to an esports org. So there are many, many reasons why these top 3 spots and these 16 players have so much to play for, Eric, in this one.
Yeah, I mean the esports format is a bit of a game changer. You and I, we try to play chess from Canada. You never have sort of a team to play for, or some sort of sponsorship or consistency. And when esports gets involved, the players could get signed to a 1 year or 6 month contracts where you're kind of guaranteed an income. And anyone involved in sports or training, that's all you need to start, is just that consistent support for a while, a team or someone to believe in you, and then you can just focus on training and getting better. So there's getting signed to an esports team is definitely one of the ways that a lot of these players can really boost their career.
And I wonder, maybe we can even pull up the leaderboard right now, kind of how it stands with regards to EWC qualification, because that's ultimately, we're talking about a top 3 in this, but there's also the SEC that happens, qualification through that, and then there's the general leaderboard, which is where we're going to go. In this event, yes, we're looking at the top 3 as directly qualifying, Eric, but everyone else is still racking up points for the overall leaderboard. And after the SCC and the 3 players that qualify from the Chess.com Open here, we go to the leaderboard. So there's going to be the majority of the players actually selected from that leaderboard. So collecting points, making it through this event as far as you can go, even if you don't claim the top 3, it's still a great chance to qualify directly from the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. The circuit's shaping up to be a bit of a regular season with some specific events, but overall still rewards consistency across all the formats. So
Yeah.
play as many events, do as well. And, it helps guys like Magnus, they've already qualified. So the players really do know that they have a good chance, because some of the best players, just a few, they're already directly through the WC, opens it up for everyone else. And we see the standings right there. And, Hikaru, Hans Niemann, Fabiano, we got some established names there. But then the second part of the graphic on the right-hand side, most of those players, they don't have esports teams, but super strong. Sindarov is there, Andrejkin, Sarana, Movahead, Sargsyan, Bortnik. Yeah, those guys have everything to play for. And you don't want to just have that regret, didn't play all the events or miss something. As I said last time we did this commentary, there's a shift. Players are prioritizing these online events in their schedule, because it rewards consistency and the ceiling, that EWC, biggest prize money event in chess. It's worth it to focus on.
You can kind of count the top 10 here on the left side, almost like a virtual cutoff at the moment. That's what it looks like, that you sort of need to be on the left side of this bracket to be making it through. Obviously, we'll wait to see how this event develops and how players continue to collect points. But this Chess.com Open, and then from now on, Title Tuesdays, Eric, those are the last ways to actually accumulate points here. Hikaru with 162 is obviously looking like a front runner to make it through. There's just no way that everyone passes a score like that. But the guys that are sort of on the bubble, so to speak, anywhere from 8th down to 14th place, so much to play for in terms of climbing up that leaderboard. So that's where things stand at the moment. 3 confirmed players. We're going to learn 3 more after this 4-day event, the playoffs of the Chess.com Open.
Yeah, I'm seeing those standings, like Hans at 5th, didn't make it through the play-ins last month, but he's positioned himself nicely. And I'm sure a lot of people are talking about that Netflix documentary that just came out, where Hans obviously prominently featured, and his matchups against Hikaru, Magnus. People want to watch those things, and he's in a good spot to make that happen
And
just
I'm
by
sure
being
he'll be
consistent.
sure he'll be trying to, entertain esports org offers from probably rival organizations, right?
It's a great pitch. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to play against these players. There's a clear rivalry developed already. It's pre-existing. So that's another huge name to watch for potential signings, as well as his inclusion in the EWC. We remember Eric last year. He was so close in that last chance qualifier to making his appearance there. So he's obviously primed and ready for this EWC leap.
Yeah, no, we commentated the last chance qualifiers and plans last month where he was super close, but Pedal Tuesday, that's one of
Yep.
the ways he can make it through. And if you're a player like him, or any of the players on that graphic we just looked at, you kind of want the people at the very top of those standings to make it through this format, right? You don't want some underdog who isn't on the leaderboard, because that just takes away one more spot from the standings. You want it to fill up from the very
Yeah.
top. That makes a big difference. So when Lazovic qualified, when we did the SEC instead of Hikaru, that was great for Dennis, but bad for the rest of the field, because, as you mentioned, Hikaru with a commanding lead there, he's
Exactly.
definitely going to make it through. But we have started with the games. It looks like the players are all set. I can tell you, it's hard to coordinate 16 chess players at once from different parts around the world. But it looks
Yeah.
like we are on the way. Different internet tech issues. A lot of chess players just we didn't maximize our points in being good at setting up webcams and things like that. So looks like the staff have wrangled them all up, and we're good to go with day one. Winners,
Yep. We
round
have
of
the
16.
bird's eye view here. So all the games visible at once, getting all the cameras set up. You can see Magnus there on the top left of the screen. And, also keeping in mind something interesting is we did have Jan Nepomniachtchi and Abdusatorov. They kind of made those first selections for their opponent. We have
Mhm.
to remember that every single match here, except Sargsyan, who didn't have a choice to pick Magnus Carlsen, he was sort of left with Magnus as an opponent. Everyone else, Eric, selected who they wanted to play against. So there is, reading into that a little bit. Are we going to see some upsets from players that maybe were selected first by their opponents and are going to remind them that, hey, that was a bad idea to pick me? A bit of a revenge match, so to speak.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting angle there. In terms of selections, there weren't necessarily huge surprises. If Hikaru was in, a lot of people, when they kind of like rank people online, they put Magnus at the top, Hikaru, Ali Rez is not in this event. But outside of that, there's differing opinions, I think, even among the players. So you have some variance in how people pick. Magnus being last for sure makes sense, but it is interesting to see how the different players interpreted it, because I look at some of the matchups I'm on, and I'll just give an example. Arjun versus Cena move ahead.
Mhm.
People are more familiar with Arjun now. He's really strong and tactical and dynamic. Cena move ahead, it reminds me of a young Ali Reza. He can win lost positions like crazy through tactics, calculates extremely well, still has a lot of weaknesses, but pulls off some incredible upsets. And I've seen Arjun just play a lot of dynamic positions really well. So it's interesting to see, like, yeah, when it comes to this new generation, the young players, they're pretty fearless. They like sharp positions. I think that applies to Sindarov. Applies to Nihal, Arjun, Cena. There's a few other guys, Abdusatorov, and they just want to play each other. There's. I think this applies to the candidates, but the new generation psychologically is stronger, uh, in my opinion, in the sense that they don't seem to respect the older generation. They're not afraid of playing them as much,
That's
and they
right.
just go for the kill. I strongly get that impression. I think the internet plays a role in that. It's interesting to discuss, where you have more access to the thoughts and the players, that it's no longer, this is some like world champion that is like so hard to like even like get near. It seems like the new
Mhm.
crop is different there. I got to give them credit. They just wanna play the best. They think they can beat the best, become the best, and that's reflected a little bit in some of the matchups. Like an
And I think
MVL,
the lack of
would be a
respect you're
stepping
talking
stone.
about,
Yeah.
they respect them as players, but they're not letting it
Yes,
affect their chess. Like, they're not
exactly.
playing in a way where they're overly respectful, so they might make a draw when they're slightly bad. There's none of that, and it is this sort of pure approach to just wanting to play the game in front of them. And we kind of see that on display here. Super imbalanced game. Just looking at the one in front of us, Arjun and Cena. You called this as one of the matches to really pay attention to in this first round. Maybe not the highest rated seed, the flashiest names, but I agree. This is going to be an absolute battle. We can see the king on f2 already. The knight on f6 is restricted by the pawns on f3 and g4, but black is playing in a way that if the game opens up at all, you really fear for the white king. So you're trying to see whether you can get the move c5 to happen successfully, and I think that's the direction we're headed in.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you have Arjun, who on paper is much higher rated, and sometimes in those matches you try to play like a little more positional. You're playing a younger opponent, maybe like grind them down in end games. No, these guys, they'll play sharp positions. They'll do what got them, to their level, but that's going to give chances. I'll just say, like, I'm talking about Cena quite a bit, and because like when I play him in the positions I've lost, they really do make me want to throw chairs, and there aren't too many players that like have that ability, or so that's like something that has very much impressed me with how I was playing. And you mentioned, by the way, back to the game, white's king. As long as the queens are on the board and a lot of pieces are on the board, that king position's a bit worse. If it's an end game, king closer to the center, it's fine. But you mentioned c5, mentioned the king, and looking at the clocks, looking at the position, I think this is exactly what a tactician like Cena would like. It's imbalanced in a very favorable way for black, and you'd love to find a way to kick away the dark squared bishop. It's not as far-fetched, like even a move like g5, right?
Looks
With the
great.
idea of
Yeah.
like bishop takes and knight takes, and
Yep.
it's like, hello, 3 pieces are attacking e3 and I have no defenders.
It's a
Just
disaster.
that might be in the position, and he doesn't miss it. He doesn't miss it. No surprise. Look at that, Amon.
Yeah, this is
If-
this is incredible. Like, g5 hits the bishop, but it's almost like it's so obvious for a player like him. He's nodding his head. He really has a good sense. I remember commentating with you, Eric, some of these games that he was playing to get here, to qualify in the play-ins, and this is exactly what we saw. There's so much in this position. G4 is a pawn that you're looking at even sacrificing. Queen d6 eyeballs the pawn on h2 to maybe set up a move like that. Not to mention, there's ideas like knight d3, queen b6 check. There's so much to be careful of, and he's a highly tactical player that is so far in game number 1, Eric, kind of steamrolling Arjun in this highly tactical position.
Yeah, no, this is a nightmare for white. Just look at your bishop, look at your king, the material, and stylistically, I'm saying watch out for the upset potential. This is one of those matches where there's a really, really good chance, which speaks more to Cena than Arjun being like an easy target. Not at all. Just
Yeah, they actually have a similar style in that way. Like, Arjun is hyper aggressive. He would thrive in this position from Black's perspective,
yeah.
and probably find all the exact same moves. But roles reversed, he's finding himself basically facing someone who's capable of the exact same thing, and it is tough to deal with.
Yeah, you're talking about knight g4. This is a pretty critical moment. I mean, queen b6 we'd love to play, but queen d4 offering the queen trade, I don't see a great response. So it's a good time for black to think, and he's considering even moves like maybe queen d6. He's played queen here. I'm not sure if he wants to trade queens. I'm going to assume no. It just doesn't make sense, especially with no increment. You can really use the clock as a weapon, and he's a blitz specialist. For
I wonder, does
context,
he want like
yeah,
queen d4, rook c2? Like,
you're right. Yeah,
there's
that must be it.
yeah, it kind of has
Yes.
to be. And Arjun almost seeing they're on the same wavelength, because king f1 is a move you really don't want to play. Your king is never safe. Uh, Queen d4 seems to be the smarter move, but maybe he just felt like he doesn't,
Yeah,
yeah, enjoy this happening.
maybe something like this. They're all tough decisions, but keeping the queens on the board, that can only favor black, especially you
That's
see
right.
how weak these dark squares are. You'd love to stabilize, and the square for white is this d4 square, blocking the isolated pawn. But what you see from a lot of blitz specialists, keep pieces on the board and knights. These two knights, as the game gets deeper, time trouble kicks in. Those
Yep.
are dynamic pieces that he's definitely preparing to keep them on. That's everyone's been forked and blundered to knight checks. He's looking to keep those knights on and just take this down to time trouble. Yes, black is doing well anyways up a pawn, but because you have an isolated pawn, it's not like, oh, I can just trade everything and be sure this is winning. But
Yeah,
if the
that's
king is
right.
on f1, keep the
I might get
kings. Yeah,
tempted, Eric, in
yeah.
my bad position to take on g5, and he does. So I think it's like going to lead to probably a quicker loss, but you get this desperation when you're playing with white that, well, I'm in a bad position anyway. Let me take a pawn so that my opponent kind of has to maintain that accuracy going forward, or else I might be back in the game. Rook e5. There's queen takes e5, but I'm not sure that
There's knight
that
d3 in
works
the end,
because of knight d3 in the end. Exactly.
threatening mate. He's gonna spot that. Yeah, I rate his tactical play very highly. Um,
Exactly. The queen has to maintain connection to the rook, so there's really no option except to play queen takes e5 here, but I believe that's been well calculated, and knight d3, there's a rook c8, but just doesn't matter. Queen to f2 is the real threat. It's not even knight takes on e1. It's very difficult to stop, and we can see the position is collapsing now. Will require some technique, but you'd expect him to easily win this.
no, this is definitely a win for Cena, and these are short matches. A win with black in this style, kind of almost as I predicted, is
Yep.
you don't have time as players to adjust too much. Like they play a game and they start right afterwards. That's also a nice thing about the format from like a viewer perspective. It's 10-0. So you kind of know when the games are going to end and when the next round starts. It's not like, oh, one game can take an hour.
That's right.
It's bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, I was looking at the other games. This is probably a game we could say is
Mhm.
winning at the moment. And looking at the other games, there is a lot of action that I was looking at. The Nepo seems to be on the better side of an endgame, but Magnus is pushing an advantage against Sargsyan. I was about to say Nihal looks completely winning against MVL, and that game has just finished actually. But yeah, with Magnus pushing that edge, I'm sort of wondering if it's enough there in game number one. Yeah, I was noticing that there was a nice sort of stronghold on the position there for black a couple moves ago. So there was a knight on c5 that Magnus actually sacked a rook to eliminate. And now we're looking at what is very likely to be an opposite bishop endgame. So I'm just imagining if you take the two rooks off the board with this exact same position, probably winning for white. If I take the white pawn and put it on b7, then suddenly I'm not so sure. So I don't know that Magnus is actually about to play rook b7 or not.
Interesting thing about this position, a lot of players, maybe even watching, got into chess, COVID, or even more recently. And a hallmark of Magnus's chess 10 years ago, when he was still in the world number one, he's so good at opposite bishop endgames when there's a rook on the board. He had some
Mhm.
big wins against Hikaru, against if you want to go back and study some games, he has, I think, a game against Karyakin. He's incredible at pushing these, even if the evaluation is like draw with best play. His record in opposite bishop end games with a push is as good as it can get. That it highlights his skill. And so even though we weren't sure if this was winning, he's up on time, and he's shown even in classical to be
Yeah.
like just a complete monster there. And I think part of it is intuitively the positions start out as like relatively objectively drawn, but he can tell immediately when that switches, like when the pawn structure switches. Like he immediately knows, even in rapid and classical, it doesn't matter the time control, when that turning point is where it's like, okay, this is no longer a dead draw or yeah, and so it makes it very hard for defending sides because you got to play on forever. That's what opposite bishops with an extra piece is. Trades are very hard to come by, so you
He's
kind
got
of
the
have,
perfect setup. Bishop on c4, blockading black's pass pawn, meanwhile protecting the a pawn. And he's now created, with the last couple moves, a target on g6. And it just looks effortless. The bishop needs to reposition to stop king g5, king takes g6. But that's not where the bishop wants to be. Now you can have the
oh,
rook and bishop focus on the other side of the board. And just like that, I mean, bishop c6 and a7 is probably going to be the end of the game.
this was so nice. I didn't want to talk too much because I want to watch Magnus work, but yeah, like
Wasn't very hard work.
it wasn't very hard work, and I can say it looks so easy, but he is the best at that. So I mentioned a couple of games you can look up. I think one is maybe Tal Memorial, Hikaru Magnus. One's against Karyakin, Rook and Bishop endgames. That's lovely.
Yep. And that's game number 1 for Magnus. Really nice technique he was able to show there. Looking at these positions, Eric, there's kind of an interesting imbalance in Abdusattorov and Sevian. Oh, it's just changed, actually. I thought it was white to move there potentially. So that one's actually a queen and rook endgame apiece. And Nepo's still got that maybe minute, but present advantage in his game.
Yeah, Nepo seems, I think he maybe mentioned, I know he's given some interviews, he's been streaming, he's been posting content. This year, he's very motivated, just in general. So he had a rough year last year in classical, and I know, just maybe some tough events in his personal life, but he seems very, yeah, I noticed he's streaming and playing all the events, and he's one of those guys, right, that you can feel the energy. He plays very quickly, and he's a tactical player, and he's playing Duda, which makes sense because I still feel like the impression in general is playing guys that are more established. It's not as the new guys they're just out to kill everyone, and it's a bit more comfortable to play guys like Duda, who he's familiar with and isn't like peaking right now. He's very good at Rapid. Duda specifically has done very well World Rapid Blitz Championships, but not maybe like a Lazovic, or just psychologically it's there's more pressure, I feel like, playing some of these guys who are just really underrated. And you lose, then Nepo is closer to us in age. People start calling you washed, even though you're not actually worse. The truth is, everyone's getting better.
Yeah, everyone else is coming.
But when you're playing a known quantity at Super GM, okay, a loss is one thing. Like losing to Cena. If people will say, no, it's okay. He's just really underrated, but the internet doesn't always react that way. Yeah, this game, even though White's down a pawn, it should be, well, I don't know. I was going to say it's not easy. No, it's not easy. Nepo's up on time. He's up a pawn, and
the time pressure is significant here with no increment, 30 seconds, knowing that c4 can't be stopped. The king looks like it's invading to e4 and f3, using the d pawn as maybe a little bit of a decoy. And not to mention that knight doesn't have a lot of places to go.
Yeah, you're going to flag as white, so you think, how do I draw this? Well, I need to win the g4 pawn, maybe sack my knight for this pawn, but your king is boxed out, so you can never. He's trying. Credit to him for, nicely done. The knight goes to h2, and you can attack it and the pawn at the same time. So
yep.
So yeah,
wow.
Nepomniachtchi. He's playing better.
Like
that's my scouting report.
Game just finished, which was actually a win for Dubov over Sindarov. So the first, I guess the results are all in from that first round. And as we expected, Eric, a lot of results that maybe we could predict. And, you called some interesting matchups. Dubov-Sindarov has gone the way of Dubov, of course, right after the thunderous performance from Sindarov in the candidates. You have Nihal beating MVL, Cena beating Arjun. So the whole event is absolutely wide open. And look at the draw rate. Eric, for the first round here. Lazovic and Yu Yangyi. Maybe if I had to pick a match that would end in a draw, I think I would select that one before everything started, but I wouldn't have been sure that it would be the only one.
Lazovic and Yu Yangyi is truly the most solid matchup. Like,
Yep.
yeah, as you mentioned, like probably top 2 out of the 16, and they're matched up. And Yu Yangyi, he can be considered a bit underrated. Lazovic, I think people are known like online now. He's really established. I mean, beating Hikaru especially. Yu Yangyi, he's capable of upsetting that match, for sure. So that is one to watch out for, because I know everyone's like Lazovic. Yeah, beating Hikaru is a type of result that almost no one else in the field from those up and comers can say they've done. That gives you so much confidence. You talk about psychological. Once you've beaten Magnus or Hikaru in a match, that's kind of it's like beating a Djokovic or Federer or something like that. That carries you
Yes,
forward
exactly.
a lot.
Yep. And I think we are getting into the next round. So I guess things kind of happen right away, right? There's no increment. And these rounds, even for the players, they kind of just happen, no breaks, which is part of the no increment format, Eric.
No breaks, no breaks. You got to make sure you are as fresh as can be. We have this Magnus game against Sargsyan.
I guess we're getting Magnus's cam slowly but surely. Obviously, throughout that first game, I think Magnus was just a floating image. So I think the cam is a work in progress, shall we say? As he's probably on the go at the moment. So we're into game number 2. It should be noted that in this 4-game match format, obviously the target score is 2.5. So once a player reaches 2.5, they will win the match. They don't need to play the rest of the games. So really, this is a pretty important game because you have the white pieces against Magnus. You feel like it's effectively your only chance to really make an impact in the match. Otherwise, Magnus is going to be playing with white and will only need a draw next game if he's successful here.
And speaking of only chances, you see this blue Chess.com arrow. It means that is the, only move that keeps the advantage. Like, it's the best move in the position. It's showing right now. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You would like to take the D pawn as opposed to the F pawn. You have to take a pawn, otherwise you're losing it. But by taking the D pawn, you leave black with double isolated C pawns. Whereas if you take the F pawn, I recapture and this pawn wall comes at you. So Magnus has been playing. He beat me in the structure quite a bit. It's really annoying. Magnus is like a really good positional player. This opening positionally has some defects with those double isolated pawns, but black gets the bishop pair and quite a bit of like play in the center that makes up for it. And so it's caused me some pain. And here white is doing fine, but look in the long run that this bishop on h2, it's like, where do you place it? You can put it kind of like a London on h2, but if you don't have a plan to break e5, you're pointing at a wall. So yeah, retreating it, I think, is a smart decision. Targeting this pawn, you could even go back to d2.
Problem, you talk about bishop on h2, that would cause me to think of c3, d4 to open the position up, but that plays into black's hands. The light squared bishop, if you play c3, is going to come alive to a6 or f5, and you don't really want to open the game. So for that reason, you're in a tough spot as white, because if I'm thinking about the plans as white, I almost start to think about knight d2, maybe knight e4, in the long run, g4, because if I'm thinking about where to put my pieces here, I don't really know which side of the board to play on if opening the position benefits black.
You're completely right. And I would say, yeah, these positions I need to work on, because I simply like black's position already. And historically, this is an opening that has caused Sicilian players quite a bit of problems, the Rosalimo, because it takes away a lot of the bite of Sicilians. But it's had a bit of a revival, and the dynamic potential is worth it. Especially in like faster time controls, having the bishop pair, You know, it's worth something here. I can see Magnus maybe playing bishop g4, provoking f3, and then maybe rerouting the bishop. And you mentioned it's just so easy to play a move like c3 because that knight is annoying you. But once you play c3, your d3 pawn, which is on a light square, the bishop you don't have, is weak for the rest of the game, and there's no more takebacks there. And then you have your own liabilities that black can focus on, and it takes away your own ability to just target, I don't know, let's say the double c pawns or something. So I generally think not only these positions are quite good for playing for a win, but Magnus, who is good at maneuvering and kind of optimizing, thrives here. You don't want to fully close the position as black. Knights can then hop around, and the bishops are, you know, restricted a bit. And that's why this f6 pawn is there for now. But maybe at the right time, maybe you play f5, but you can maneuver quite a bit until then. And the question is,
that the king f1 move was definitely not a mouse slip. The rook on h1 can definitely be useful in these positions. And I mean, sort of a very direct way to prove that is rook h3. Rook g3 comes with some ideas, but I think it's fair to say that black has everything covered in terms of big threats. The way that white's arranged the pawns, b3, a4, I think it does make the move c3 less and less likely. If he was going to go for it, he probably would have played it already. And the knight on d4 can also reroute back to the e6 square, into the f4 square, back to the f5 square if rook g3 happens to hit the rook and the h pawn. So it does feel like the position sort of has a little bit of an expiry for white in terms of how you can improve it. Because at some point, you're going to want to play f4. It's almost the only break that you have in the position that you'd like to go for. Magnus just needs to keep the c pawn on c5, the a pawn on a5 defended. Otherwise, he's going to slowly look to improve the position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a struggle for white here. You're trying to win, to beat Magnus in a match. He's lost the first game. This is the, you know, you got to use the white pieces. And just take a look at the board. Where can white attack something with multiple pieces? And a5 is the only thing, and that's guarded properly. Everything else, you can't even find space to target it. Like the base of the pawn, c6, f6, can't get a second piece on that because you'd love to provoke f5. Like f5 is an aggressive move for black. It might have benefits, but it gives the g5 square. Magnus, he's making sure there's no stability, no long-term outposts. e4, not long-term because f5 can be timed properly. Outside of that, not seeing it too much. But, you know, one thing I'll say, beating Magnus, tough task out of all the matches, right? This is the hardest one. But it's 10-0, and his mouse skills are good, but he, you know, if it gets down to under a minute, you know, Magnus can be flagged or tricked or things like that. So I think, you know, I said Sargsyan the first time because I got confused. There's another GM from Armenia, but Sargsyan is that Sargsyan? He's you know, keeping the game at pace, rallying with Magnus, and if they get under a minute and it's still kind of a loose position, that's where he can take some chances.
Yeah, I was actually wondering why the knight dropped back to e6. Thought it was interesting because maybe bishop takes d4 would be considered, but there is the open b file. So Magnus has a penetration point plus the move f5 really at any moment. So I'm expecting, yeah, I was going to say, I'm expecting white to play g4. There's nothing else in the position. This opens up the king, but now you're seeing the power of the rook on b7 can swing laterally over to g7 as needed. And this f4 move that you're highlighting might be the real difference here to separate the queen and bishop from the knight and have the black pieces slide over. Rook g7, bishop e7. It looks very difficult to hang on to that pawn on g5.
Yeah, you're right. And it might seem loose for black's king, but his pieces are developed, whereas white, the rooks aren't connected. The king's not sure where it's going to be. And one idea that will come into play at some point when the knights are off is the move e4. It's like a pawn structure breaker. You can sack the pawn or defend it, doesn't matter. But if white has to take, all of a sudden c4, e2, e4 will all be weak. And it might be white's king that gets hunted. That's how definitely what Magnus is thinking here. He's like, if the rooks aren't connected, I'm not going to get mated. Right. You don't have pieces near me. But this rook on e8 would love to join the game. So I'm definitely anticipating at some point, knights off, e4. That not only breaks the pawns, but could be some positions where it also enables this bishop to get in the game. So
Yeah, I was going to say, if knight takes e6, we might have seen that exact idea with e4 coming. So he's probably seeing these ideas. He's seeing the time pressure. He's feeling like the rooks aren't connected. So he's gone for something a bit more tactical. Queen g2. It's clear with knight takes e6 as a threat, a discovered check. You don't want to take the bishop. So although we see the chess.com blue arrow again indicating the best move, I don't think this is a difficult one for Magnus to play at all. After knight takes, I think the response is simply bishop f2 that he's trying to count on to save that piece and say, okay, it's in a pin, I'll capture it next. But I think Magnus can kind of play that e4 move that you're talking about, just blast the position.
he can and he will, because another thing to talk about is black's pawns are on dark squares and they both have darks for bishops. So Magnus is not trying to get into just an easy endgame. If you don't play e4, at some point, I'm just going to make a move. Rook g7. White would love to plant the queen on e4. That takes it away and it's kind of safe there. And black does have weaknesses on dark squares. So it's a type Magnus wants to keep the heavy pieces on the board and keep the e4 move open. It might even be played now, by the way. You have to do it at some point. You don't want your bishop.
No, I mean, I think it's actually on the board.
Oh, sorry. I was, it's my bad.
You see, Eric's honest.
E4.
That was a true prediction. We have to give him credit for that. Yep, e4 takes on g5, e3. I mean, one look at this position will tell you that black is crushing in terms of the pawns. So as long as you're not mated here, this is lost for white. Bishop g7 is always something I keep in mind when I'm trying to, diffuse an h-file attack. The bishop on g7 covers h8, the scarier checking square, and it allows queen h7, but queen h7, king f8 is never checkmate. Queen d4, I like that move a lot.
I'm just trying to take away the checks and come up with threats. So bishop g7 is definitely a safety move. It's a good move. It's very hard to mate someone with the fianchetto bishop, so that works. Queen d4 is a bit riskier, but it covers everything.
Yeah, it did look like it. I mean, that's just how good the position is for black. Pretty much any move that covers h8 is going to be sufficient because, there's not really enough left in the position here.
So you can give a check and then give another check, and some pawns are loose. There's a bishop hanging. That's kind of what we should probably look at. Can you take the bishop? Magnus is a very practical player. So if he's taking material in an already superior position, he's like, there's not counterplay.
Exactly. Yeah, queen f5, queen takes c5. I think the king can just return to g8. And now the queen is so far on one side of the board. I think you're going to have to recapture this f2 pawn, or else queen e1 is coming. Queen e1 or queen e3. So if you want to bail and trade the queens with queen e3, it's already there. I think there's probably even better, though. Threatening bishop d4 with queen d7, playing f3
I like this.
For queen e2, I like a lot.
If rook e1, something like queen b8 looks very, very challenging with a queen coming in on h2. And
very likely to see that.
Oh, okay. I'm predicting some things today. That's good. Not every day that happens. That's some days I'm just blundering, but this is a bit of a model game from Magnus because.
And he's playing this model game on what looks like a tablet, right? We're seeing the cam now from Magnus. This is a mobile cam view, and he's definitely playing on the tablet here, right? So that's the setup.
Yeah, I used to use a tablet a bit for chess, not for playing, but more for reading like e-magazines. I felt like I could play good moves, but I couldn't do time scrambles well. I'm very clumsy. Magnus playing quickly today. I don't think he wants to have too many time scrambles. He's just winning on the board. There we go.
Yep. Yeah, this rook will have will have to move, and
He resigned, it looks like,
yep,
right? Yeah,
that's a
yeah.
resignation. So, great start for Magnus. He's won the first 2 games. Literally does not get better than that. So yeah, this is this is what it looks. This is peak performance, Eric.
Yeah, it's not fair. He looks very, very, very relaxed. Like a
And
state of flow. That's what I'm getting. Amon, we just missed it, but I believe Cena is up 2-0.
2 results, Eric. Dubov is up 2-0, and Cena is up 2-0. So a lot of these matchups are exploding very early. And 2 of the matchups that you called as ones to watch, some big names involved. So that's already painting a pretty exciting picture. They could be wrapped up in just one more game. Looking at Duda and Nepo, it looks like we're going to see the potential strike back here from Duda in that one, who's, I mean, as far as I can see, basically completely winning. We're probably going to see a resignation soon, even.
Yeah, a good like way to judge Jan's games is when he's behind on the clock. He had a
Yeah.
minute to 3 minutes. It's truly rare. Even when he's losing, he's up on time. So we missed most of that game, but he
We
must have
showed
been in
up for
trouble
the
from the
result,
start.
though. Yeah, we tapped in for the result, just to keep everyone up to date. Looking at the other games that are still in
Okay,
progress, Eric,
Lazovic.
yeah, I think Lazovic and Yu Yang Yi, it started off as sort of this peaceful affair, but looking at the position here, there's a rook that is just missing. It's not on the board.
I don't know what happened earlier in the game because Lazovic is never down a rook. He's so annoying to play against, so solid. But I have been looking at his games recently, and it looks like he's adding some bite to his chess. He was playing e4 in a recent classical event.
Mhm.
You know, changing things up a little bit. And I don't know if he blundered a rook or he was like, you know what, I want to attack you, Yangi. This guy's solid. It's time to, like, it might be harder to just grind him down because he's also, these guys are stylistically very similar. Yu
Mhm.
Yangi, though, he impressed us last month when he made it to these events because he's not a name grinding up the title Tuesdays. When he decided to join this event and play until 4 or 5 a.m., if I recall.
Yeah.
Shows his motivation. That was very impressive. But here he badly needs to get the pieces traded off. Get the rook on e1, tuck in the king. And black has a knight and a pawn for the exchange, but the pawns aren't high quality. So generally speaking, the end games are lost. I'm talking about rook versus knight. So Lazovic needs to keep the queen, the heavy pieces on the board, the chances. And good thing is he has got that. He's got the knight, one of the trickiest pieces, and he's got what the players are about to enter, like a bit of a bullet portion.
I wonder if he underestimated rook f1. That was the only move. I saw the blue arrow appear. Rook h to e1 would have run into queen f5. But here, the correct move being rook f1, and then the next move, another blue arrow, rook e1, because you always have to watch out for rook e2, for queen f5 with your queen loose. And I mean, Yu Yang showing that accuracy. This is honestly a really nice sequence and so easy to fall into something like this.
Yeah, you play a natural move. That would have been a blunder. So let's get back to the current position. He's traded off that rook with the move you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And he's up 10 seconds. Lazovic is pretty good in bullet, and he's becoming a more tricky player, was my impression. He's going to have to pull everything out of the bag for this one because his knight is not a tricky piece right now, which makes white's task so much easier. Nothing's hanging. There's no checks to watch out for. The good thing for Lazovic is his king is close, meaning like there's certain positions where maybe if the queens are off,
Yep,
the knight can try to target a3. Yeah.
He's definitely put himself in a position that's not that easy to maneuver because Now, suddenly, if the queens are off, there's knight c4, and we were close to a repetition here, by the way.
That would be shocking. You cannot. No, this is something
He
White has
might,
to.
I was gonna say, he might take it because of time as well. He can get flagged. Like, black almost has just as good winning chances here.
It feels like that based on the last couple moves, but the knight's not in the game, so you can roam with this rook. You're covering the checks until Lazovic gets his knight in the game. This really should not be, start playing quickly. But now he's repeating. Wow, that's a huge hold from Lazovic, but definitely not a good conversion from Yu Yang Yi. He didn't
But
even
also,
make.
Eric, I think we're seeing the confidence. Like, you're really seeing how confident these players are in a time scramble, and that's some respect shown to Dennis, because I almost agree with the decision to make a draw there. It was getting in the territory where you feel like maybe a less experienced speed chess player who's competing online is probably going to get flagged playing against the knight, playing against Dennis, who knows how to handle those positions so well. So one way or another, 2 draws in that one. But Eric, I'm looking at those 2-0 scores that we were highlighting earlier. Abdusattorov up to a 2-0 start against Sevian. He picked Sevian as his opponent. I think he had the second choice. Magnus, real imbalanced matchup there. All of his tend to be, but he's up 2-0. And then we're also looking at Dubov, Nihal, and Cena. 2-0 advantages, Eric, and off to a great start.
Yeah, we're looking at a very strong losers bracket, and the players have their first break, so we can, I guess, kind of conclude. Yeah, it's the first 2 games of that 4-game mini match, and as you mentioned, a bunch of players in must-win territory. Because 2.5 wins the match, and maybe we'll probably focus on some of those. Arjun, for example, that's that matchup. This kid, Cena, move ahead. Oof, he's a problem.
He's very, very good. And I guess, we're at the halfway point of these matchups. It's a 4-game match. So the players are taking a break. We will take a break as well, but not before reminding everyone watching about ChessUp. And Chess.com is thrilled to support the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. ChessUp 2 is now officially integrated with Chess.com. That means you can play rated games, you can challenge the bots, you can even do your post-game analysis right on the board. TouchSense Tech is a game changer, so it only registers your move when you let go of the piece, mimicking real tournament play. Has a built-in clock and AI assistance as well to keep every game competitive. And you can also get 10% off at playchessup.com with the code CHESS. You can also do !ChessUp in chat for the link. So we will be back for games 3 and 4 of this very first round of the Chess.com Open playoffs right after this.
Yes, for sure. It's very nice, especially that last year we had many invited players, which not very pleasant when you are not invited. So this year, all the system, there are no qualification places. So we have places from Title Tuesday, and now and we had from Speed Chess Championship, and now from this Chess Open, and it's very nice that everyone can. No, first of all, if we are talking about these play-ins, it's incredibly hard to qualify. So when you already in this, in knockout, it usually means that you already achieved something, that you already got some money, but when you play, all this open tournament, it's very hard to qualify. You need to win lots of games, and only two games qualified. And I'm very happy that I don't need to play these qualifiers, that I already qualified. Yeah, I have many friends from my country that took part, this tournament. It's not like that they had real chances to qualify, but still I think it's it's a nice opportunity to play against strong players, to get some experience. Definitely it's more funny than some casual games. So
what about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with ChessUp 2? That's right. With ChessUp 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art ChessUp 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With ChessUp 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the ChessUp 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy ChessUp, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Zenny is the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. They have hundreds, no, thousands of affordable frames that you can try on virtually from home and customize to your liking. I personally use their blue light blocking glasses every single day, especially in the afternoon when the workday gets long and I know I'm going to be putting in the extra hours of screen time staring at chess while I lose one bullet game after another. But okay, you might not be losing as many bullet games as me, but you definitely need to protect your eyes just as much as anyone else. So consider heading over to Zenny and use the promo code CHESS to save 15% on any pair of glasses.
Welcome back, everyone. The Chess.com Open playoffs continue here. Myself and Eric bringing you all the action, and there has been a lot of action. Even in the first two games, Eric, you called some matchups that I think have absolutely delivered, and maybe taking a look just briefly at the bracket to remind everyone where we sit in terms of those score lines. A lot of people are playing what could be their final game of this match and would send them to the losers bracket. It is a must-win territory for Sargsyan, for Sevian, for Arjun, NVL, and for Sindarov. So huge pressure on these big names that could be taking their first step towards being fully eliminated from the playoffs, Eric.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the biggest surprise there could be. Arjun or it could be Sindarov. I think definitely after Sindarov crushing the candidates,
Yeah.
people might be surprised there. But Dubov, he is so strong, and sometimes it feels like it's a motivation thing. Like when he's playing his best and he's locked in, he's probably one of the favorites. He's finished so high at the World Rapid Championship, so I'm not even sure I consider them big surprises. But one thing we know about Sindarov and these young guys is they take losses well. It's not like they beat themselves up. It's just another challenge, just another day. So definitely expecting a bit of a comeback and probably one of those in a must-win game. But yeah, here we go. We're off.
And I noticed that bit cheeky, but top left, was that an exchange French at all? The move order certainly lines up because obviously Magnus only needs a draw, so I thought that was a bit of a funny opening choice there, but obviously, yeah, okay, it was. Yep, obviously a smart one considering the circumstances.
How did Amon and I meet? We played in nationals in Canada growing up together, different provinces. And the first time I played nationals and sat across from Amon, he was one of the top seeds in Canada at our age. I played the French exchange and I lost.
Do
Yeah.
you think that's a result that is deserved with that opening choice?
Uh, I thought it was. I thought it was. It makes sense. I didn't know enough about chess culture or openings. I didn't have openings, so I did that. But yeah, it used to be made fun of. It's played a little bit more these days. But yes, I think psychologically, I deserved it. I deserved it. I thought you could just trade off everything and
That's
draw one of the It was a bad decision.
right. Well,
But
that's
Magnus playing it is a little bit different,
exactly, yeah.
unfortunately.
It's a I don't think we were in a situation where, this kind of money was on the line. I forgive it a little more in this case.
Actually, I take it back. Magnus is giving Black a good position. Like you and I are both French players. This is not the kind of symmetrical or like dry position that White would like to just dictate. This is either provocative or Magnus is misplaying it because
Both, it looks like. I mean, Queen G3 forces the king to move, so we can already say that that's like we know that this can't be correct. There's also H5 directly going for it on the king side. I mean, knight takes G5 invites a lot of things to happen. The G pawn can be taken, the D pawn, Queen G3 check. Not to mention Black is about to castle out of the way, and I don't think that White has that safety net. There's no time for White to play Queen D2 long castle because so many things are hanging in the position.
yeah, no, you don't want to go down material because Black's going to comfortably castle queenside, and just being down a pawn in that kind of position is already a step in the wrong direction. But there's no good move here. H5 is an awesome move because
Yep,
I think so many players would give the check intuitively,
that's
which
right.
is fine, but Black wants to tie it together with more pieces. I'm going to give a check, put the king on a wrong square, and then open up the H file or some pieces to actually harass the king. The queen enough, there's a saying, Patzer sees a check, Patzer gives a check. And so here, sometimes withholding the check and making sure when you give it, it's in the best
Yep.
circumstances. This is a good example here. You can take with a rook
Yep.
because that
It
check is
looks
still
like
coming. That check is still coming.
exactly. The
If
check
knight
is
here,
there.
G4,
Mhm.
and White's still way behind. So Magnus almost feels like he was being a bit extra provocative because this was
Is
very
there
unnecessary.
a worse feeling, Eric, than playing the French exchange and then finding yourself worse and like down 3 minutes? Like it truly is psychologically defeating because like Magnus knows he could have played any opening. He's hardly ever this much worse out of the opening against any player in any game he's ever played. And yet he played this to be the safest, and he's probably just extremely frustrated that it's done the exact opposite.
100%. You can see the time usage, you can see the position. Magnus is known sometimes to play some random openings or challenge himself.
Yeah.
That's not the French exchange. That's maybe first move A4 or something like that. This is very well. It makes it interesting because Sargsyan has to win with black to stay in the match, and he has the position to work with. It gives you energy as a player. Magnus played so well the first 2 games, just pretty much no mistakes, and just playing in his usual form. Here, he knows Magnus has made mistakes, and he knows Magnus is uncomfortable. So
right.
this sometimes you feel like, and how do I beat this guy? How can I get back in the match? But here, we have our chances.
Yeah, completely agree. White's
just-
looking to play queen d2 in castles, long castles. I think that's very, very clear. Probably even at the expense of a pawn on h3. If that pawn would be lost, I think Magnus would happily part with it and say, okay, that's the punishment for the opening. And if that's all the damage, it's probably recoverable. So, I mean, it's honestly a pretty critical moment. That's why he's taking some time. What's the maximum you can extract as black from what has been a successful opening? The best you could hope for from a French exchange.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Queen d2 is coming. And so how do you stop queen d2? You can play knight e4. It does invite some trades, and still queen d2 can come. So the question is, the one benefit of this type of maneuver, knight e4, and white gives up the bishop, is then it kind of connects the f-pawn, because the f-pawn is now isolated. So let's just say queenside castle, something like bishop g4, and you're preparing f5. You have a bishop, open position, you have pressure on d4, you can play f5 afterwards. It still imbalances things a little bit. And that might be the best opportunity, because
I agree. Yep. It's a little hard to play that way, though. And understandably, he's just castled and brought the rook over, applying maximum pressure. But like I said, Magnus is happy to part with that pawn, play knight f4 after, and say, okay, I'm worse, but clearly this is something that I think he feels relatively okay, all things considered.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were worried as white that you're going to get mated or just have a disaster. You're castled, and the position is easy to play. The one pawn you're down is the f-pawn, which is isolated, and also the quality of black's pieces isn't incredible. Knight on c6 is covered. The bishop, the French bishop, doesn't have free reign here. And even the knight on d7, it doesn't have great squares. So just why do people play the French exchanges? Various reasons, but just the fact of d4 and d5, white has some dark square control, and they have this light squared bishop that, has some squares. And so it's a very stable position, which for Magnus, that's super important. When his king could have been checked and losing the castling rights, that's not stable. This position, he can catch up on the clock, and it's really hard to push this pawn through in any way. So it doesn't feel like a full pawn. I'd suggest maybe we can check back in this game I'm on, because I think it's going to go for a while, and look at another match. Let's take a look at one of the 2-0 matches. How about Arjun? Arjun versus Cena move ahead.
Important one.
Because as usual, it is sharp.
Yep, we got to check in with these ones. It's you feel like Arjun is just not the kind of player who will sit there and take loss after loss after. Like he's too talented, you feel, for that to keep happening. He's going to get one of his positions eventually. Here he's trying to keep it closed, and I have to say, you do naturally take more risks when you're in that 2-0 hole. Like, you need to win, so he'll be trying to imbalance things as much as he can. Here, there's a potential for an amazing knight on the d6 square, but you also feel that because you're not castled, and with that queen on b6, you're not able to castle, you feel that black's effectively going to play rook c8 and just invade the position when your king has nowhere to go. So queen trade proposed because he'd like to play king takes f2, bring both rooks to c1 and d1, and I think that position becomes quite good. And that's why we see the blue arrow, Eric, and knight e3, pinning yourself as black, but 100% the best move on the board.
Yeah, you mentioned the blue arrow, the only move, and we notice pretty much every time that appears, Cena plays it pretty quickly. He's so alert for these positions, and as you mentioned, the end games are good for white. That knight on d6 would be a real problem in an end game, but while white's not castled, it's not so easy. With queens on the board, the d file opening up, you probably do want to play knight d6 anyways, because there's some d file pressure. So yeah, we see the blue arrow once again.
Yeah, it looks like knight to d6 is the requisite move here to keep the position stable, not just to keep the advantage. Otherwise, black is going to take over. So kind of disaster for Arjun. And Eric, speaking of disaster,
Funny line here.
I just realized that Sindarov is probably lost and just going to be 3-0'd. We're talking about how that's something you can never let happen.
Let's take a look at that.
I mean, Dubov, we know, he played the qualifiers from his bed, right? So he's Captain Chill here, and he's putting the 3-0 hurt on Sindarov after Sindarov's, best performance of his career so far.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of, bringing you back down to reality. Yes, you're the world championship challenger, but Rapid Blitz, all these guys are really good. And yeah, as I said, everyone's going for him now. So it's a bit of a wake up call. Not that it affects classical chess, but still, this is a big event in Sindarov's calendar. Queen h2, Dubov with his standard attacking dynamic chess. Not only is there a mate threat on h1, but all of black's pieces are targeting this f2 square. So I'm looking for a move and really struggling here. Amon, like, yes, I'd love to play queen g4 to give my king some space.
That's right.
Well, it's kind of like almost like an only move, but
Queen h1
rook
and
f4.
rook f2?
Yeah, do we play this first? Or yeah, just rook f. Yeah. Well,
yeah, maybe
white
you
has
can bail out. Because I don't really see, if you allow queen h1, it feels like rook takes f2 happens next, and there's just rook takes d2.
Yeah,
queen e1.
No, that's just game over. That's just game over.
I'm not seeing a move.
No, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
How
and
did we
time's
get
ticking
here?
down here. So they played this opening before, because if the score's 2-0, I remember looking at the position, it was very similar. But Dubov is just taking this position a couple of times over, and he's happy. I mean, he's getting up from bed after the resignation, and he's gonna have some time to relax as well before the next game starts. Just a bit of a cold shower for Sindarov, as Dubov reminds him, hey, this is a domain I feel very comfortable with, and 10-0, a 3-0 match victory will send Sindarov to the losers bracket.
Amon, I wanted to see how they got here and look at some of these moves like queen g3. Just wow.
Yeah, the invasion, the pins, the pressure. Yeah, very uncomfortable, and the games have been similar. So a tough one for Sindarov, who's absolutely not out of the event, but certainly licking his wounds as he goes into the losers bracket and awaits the next result. I see Nepo has lost very quickly to Duda, which is also a shocking result considering how that began as well, with a quick win from Nepo. So lots of action on all these boards. Vincent Keimer, we haven't visited that match so far, but he's ahead in that one, and with a win here, he will win that matchup as well. So a lot of these games, Eric, I think can be wrapping up, and this is another one of those 2-0s that looks like Sargsyan is trying to fight back in.
Yeah, I wanted to pull us into this one. Sargsyan's down 2-0, must win. He sacrificed the piece here, and it looks pretty menacing. This looks like it probably works exactly what the doctor ordered. He's got the H file. He's got the knights in a perfect position to gang up. You got 4 attacking pieces here, and even though black's up a piece, the coordination and the timing isn't quite there. With king h7, the idea is maybe after taking, there might be a queen g6 check, depending on which knight you take. Sometimes after taking, you throw g6 in and hope for the best. But by taking with that knight, there's no check.
That's
if you
right.
take with a pawn, so the check is what he's banking on. Nice move.
Rook h6 coming.
Yeah,
King
you
can
can
still go to g7. But you
king
feel the king is gonna get
g7.
hunted.
Yeah, there should be a way. You can take it because it's 2 pieces and a rook for a queen after everything clears. But black's king is close to getting mated. If you can find a way to get that rook on the H file,
That's right.
that's what he's trying to do. And black's knight doesn't have a good square to go. I mean, knight b6 frees up the bishop, but you need a couple moves, and the knight on b6 is not a defender. So rook g1 is being threatened him on with a mate coming. Does black play
You can't play
f6?
rook g8. Like rook g8, you get queen h5, rook g1. So f6, as you pointed out, effectively the only move. I was almost going to suggest queen g4 to maintain the g file temporarily, but he's bringing the rook over no matter what.
f5, such a nice move. King f7, it's mate here. We're running out of moves. I think this is rook g1 coming. If you go rook g8, we always have this check. And
at this point, like
you'd win the rook by force. Yeah, black's rooks aren't connected and pieces aren't in
he
the
played rook
position.
f7. That looks like a good attempt because you can see the path, but it looks like maybe the queen is going to slide over to b4 as well, rather than let that king escape.
Yeah, we see the blue arrow. You can't let the king escape probably to d8. Then all the pieces for black are kind of sheltering the king. You need to do it before black can bring pieces in. So let's take a look at the Chess.com. The blue arrow, rook g1 check, and you mentioned queen b4, rook e7, and now we need a move.
I don't know that there's going to be a completely crushing move, but there's a lot of paralyzing moves that you could do. I wonder if, like, rook c1 to c7 could actually be the answer. I was also thinking about, playing a move like rook g7 or g8, taking the rook, and then trying to use the h-pawn. And I don't know if that's enough paralysis in the position to matter.
Oh, sorry.
It might be a game nice enough, Eric, to add to the collection.
Add to the collection, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
He played queen h8 check, not queen b4, and he's pushing the h-pawn.
He committed. He's just going all in on this h-pawn. Time is ticking, but although he's won the knight, he's given up a lot on the other side of the board, and Nordebek is really starting to feel, he's got b6 and a5. First of all, he might play for the win, but it does feel like he's got everything connected and protected.
Yeah, it's annoying. You don't have the pawns as white, and you can't win f6, and the king will oscillate between e7 and g7. So not only time is an issue. Okay, some progress being made by Sargsyan there.
Yeah, he's separated the pieces. That's
f6.
Really well done.
The thing is, Amon, even if the pawn pushes, black will sacrifice. Worst case.
Yeah. There's 14 seconds.
You need to win the rook. He has to figure out a way to win the rook with some check. That's the only attempt for Sargsyan to stay in this match.
He's doing a great job. I'm really impressed, but I'm worried that 10 seconds is just not enough time to win the entire game here, even with f7. Wait, f7 was there.
It was there. Just a serious time pressure.
And now there's definitely no way to do
it.
You could probably take that pawn as well.
Yeah. Even a draw secures it. So even if all the pieces fall, or even if nothing, it's wow. I was sure Sargsyan was going to win that, but as we looked at it, wasn't as easy as it felt like it should have been. Nordebek advances.
Just such resilient defending. He was worse. There were paths to victory, but there wasn't anything 100% forced, and this is what the bracket looks like. A lot of names already punching their ticket to the winners quarterfinals, Eric. That's Magnus Carlsen. Vincent Keimer won his game against Pranesh. We still have some matches in progress, but Cena moved on. We have Abdusatorov with that result we just saw. And of course, Nihal and Dubov also into the quarterfinals, which does push some big names, Eric, down to that losers bracket. And they're risking being eliminated now with one more loss in this double elimination event.
Yeah, no, there's some one-sided scores, but one match doesn't indicate. I wouldn't say some of the guys that lost is like, oh, they're super out of form. It really is this format. Everyone is incredibly strong, and styles can make matchups as well. So
the games or the matchups, I should say, that we're still observing, right? For game 4, that's going to be Lazovic and Yu Yang-Yi, who drew again. So they've had 3 draws. And things will be settled with Armageddon should it be required. So one more draw, we would be headed that direction. But also, Eric, kind of coming back to this Nepomniachtchi versus Duda matchup, Nepomniachtchi was the first qualifier. He selected Duda as his opponent, and now he finds himself down 2-1 after starting out with a win.
Yeah, no, let's take a look at that. Jan in must-win territory, playing against Jan Krzysztof Duda. And he's got the white pieces. Duda playing the Petrov. Nice, solid opening. Yep. I've had a few games. Sometimes I play knight g5 here, try to win the bishop pair. It's not king b1. It's a bit of a grind. It's a bit of a grind, but I had Nepomniachtchi as one of the favorites. I've been pretty good at predicting, but this one I've been wrong so far. Definitely didn't expect this, but Duda is really good at rapid. Feels like in the last couple of years he hasn't played as much classical, but when it comes to rapid, he's still at the top of his game and rise to the occasion. So yeah, this position had this a lot. You have the bishop pair as white. You need to maintain that. Black sometimes will try to challenge the light square bishop if bishop d3. Try to gain a bit of space with h4, g4. Put your king on a dark square because there's no dark squared bishop. Tuck your bishop in on f2 at some point. You can trade off one rook, but not both rooks usually. That's kind of what I've seen. So what I'll play is bishop e2, rook he1 at some point. With a4, there's sometimes ideas to play eventually b4, b5 to open things up, or sometimes c4, not to keep it there, but c4, c5, get rid of a double pawn, maybe make d6 a target. But yeah, keep at least one rook on the board, keep the bishops on the board. So bishop b2, he'll eventually tuck it in, and it's just going to be a long game. It's okay for black, but white can play it on forever, which I think is good for the match situation. Yeah, I've had, this I've had a lot. At least it's a position. The theory hasn't changed too much. This has been a solid opening since its inception, and the players are all pretty familiar. But yeah, the bishop goes back to f2. You can't get g4 in at some point, but dark squares. The queen can go to f4 sometimes, just harass a little bit. And again, if black just plays really, really solid, you're going to have to break at some point. And I'm pointing towards the queen side because the king side's a bit immobile. And f4 is the worst move to play. It opens up the light squares and gives the knight a steady square. So look towards the queen side. The bishops are pointing there to gain a little bit of space. Any sort of move that black plays with the pawns, touching the pawns, the c pawn would weaken the d6 pawn, doesn't work. So it all focuses here. But I mean, I like the reason I know the position. I like the position. So I'm going to favor white a bit, just the bishop pair and a bit of potential. So you can play c4 at the right moment. But yeah, as I said, one pair of rooks on the board, bishops on f2 and f1. It just means that black can't trade off anymore. This is a lot that's been traded off. But if you maintain it like this, you keep the chances, and you eventually need to break open the position. And black's job is like just be solid, kind of move back and forth. That's kind of why it's probably not the most popular line as black. It's kind of a drawing weapon.
Well, that's why he chose it. But
Yeah,
I mean, there's
but
pretty much
it's
everything
yeah.
that you said has appeared on the board. H4, keeping one rook on the board. You take the rook on A4 and E8 off the board. Black's drawing chances go up significantly. So at this point, with all the predictions coming true, Eric, now you have me wondering, well, okay, so what's going to happen here? Do you think that Nepo really is going to extract something from it? Is it enough based on what we see here? He's keeping the rook. He's going to play a long game. It seems like it's a good attempt based on the situation, but Duda is just he's going to be happy to at least have a position that he knows generally he's slightly worse, but also that there's no forced path to victory.
For sure. I think when you look at Jan Nepomniachtchi in a lot of matches, he's a really strong player, but he has an advantage when it comes to time. We haven't seen that as much this match. And time accumulates, people make mistakes. But Duda, by being equal on the clock, I think that's super important because with the bishops, you want to open it up. And if you open it up later on and your opponent's in time trouble, they might not even find the right move. Like he's timing, you want to time your break as white. Let's say black plays really well, really solid. It's close to equal. White's preferred. But if you're in time trouble, in that right moment where white can actually gamble a bit, the risk of pushing these pawns, especially the B pawn, you push this pawn further, you'd love to angle towards black's king, is that C4 pawn actually becomes a viable target for black's pieces. The knight swings, the bishop's targeting it. So you really want to buy as much time as possible before doing that.
He's definitely doing that right now. I mean, he's maneuvering. He knows that the A5 pawn will be targeted to the point where, I mean, he's almost forced into B4 right away. But it's a move that he doesn't seem the most excited to play on the board. You sort of want to play it on your terms. But here, I'm looking at the B5 and C5 moves, and they're not really that exciting. The queen is threatening to go to A2. So immediately that makes C5 a difficult move to play. Not to mention, also B5, right? If you go for B5, you're going to need to recapture with the C pawn. So both moves are kind of off the table at the moment based on queen E6. So we're back to kind of not shuffling, but trying to slowly improve the position. Maybe bishop to D3. At some point, maybe you consider G4. But another thing that I'm looking at, Eric, is the move G5. And it's just that strong. If you do a nothing move like bishop D3 or G3, G5, and your rook is, well, trapped.
So I mentioned I've played this position a lot. I've never done this rook lift and kept it here. And because white's pushed those pawns, the rook can't go back. I'm used to the rook being on D1 and kind of looking over the D file. So you mentioned G5, and that's completely right. And I don't know how to deal with that. That changes this position a bit with the rook not having those escape squares. This really changes it and makes me look at, well, I'm trying to play G4, which I didn't want to play earlier, but some sort of way of dealing with it, and it doesn't quite seem to work. This is a very critical moment for Jan, because that's a move that, I mean, Duda definitely sees. This rook on F4 is lacking oxygen. Yeah, this move I'm familiar with, and that's why I like my rook being on D1, put some pressure on D6.
Because you can allow queen A2 and play king C1, so it's not the end of the world, but still, the rook on F4, if you just literally lift it up and put it on D1, it would make a lot more sense in the current position.
Okay, so let's look at the move you mentioned, G5.
Yeah, the rook has to, it seems that the rook has to go to E4 eventually, whether we take first or not. I mean, rook C4 is playable.
You go rook here?
I mean, first of all,
isn't B4
I'm not
hanging?
excited. It absolutely is hanging.
That's the issue. I can't. So G5, am I missing a move?
If you play rook C4, you get hit with D5, right?
That's right.
So I just don't see another move to play unless we are sacrificing
Is this move? I was oh no, almost
or
f4. No,
maybe.
it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah,
Well,
what?
now, yeah, I said the position is going to break open. This is it, but not because the rook is stuck. I
So
feel
do
like
you
I'm
think
missing
there's
something.
like maybe pawn takes on so
Yeah,
g5
we'll take once.
take the
Then
bishop,
or you could go.
rook e4 now?
Well, I'm just trying to look at queen h8 check, but
That's right.
so
I'm
take
like,
the bishop.
and then take on d6 and take on a6, like some weird, yeah, bishop g3 I like as well. That looks like a good, some sort of combo of like bishop g3, bishop a6, just trying to keep the fight here a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, somehow that looked a bit promising, but he's gone for rook e4, which I guess is a bit more of a tempered approach. Um, my
It
first
just
thought
doesn't look
is,
enough.
yeah, my first thought is queen e5, honestly. And I just wonder, like,
R-
if you have the outside pass pawn, is it enough? And otherwise, I'm calculating queen e4 because I'm just going to call out, like, I don't believe what's in front of me.
Yeah, I would take on e4 100%.
Yeah.
I don't want to play against the two bishops, even if it might be okay. There's some juice here. The b4 pawn being hanging all the time, and it just puts so much pressure on white now because you don't even have a two bishop endgame to play. You're down a
No.
pawn. If you trade queens, I mean, technically you can play it. Now there's queen e8 offering a queen trade, and queen e5 is coming if white pulls back. So I don't know what we're missing here because
You can probably also consider king c7. That's how good the position is, but it definitely seems unnecessary. But but yeah, the fact that this is even a consideration is concerning.
yeah, the rook lift did not pay off for Jan here.
King c7 has been played. I mean, yeah, I'm looking at this position. It's feeling like Duda has enough, Eric, to feel comfortable saying if he only needs a draw that he's got that result. I wondered, should we take a look at the other? There's only one other game in progress, right? That's
Yep.
Yu Yang and Denis Lazovic. It's been knotted up, and actually we see a double question mark move.
Let's
in
go
that
there.
one,
Let's go
so
there. I'm calling Duda. I think is advancing.
he's got at least a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. In this one, Denis Lazovic, I mean, there's a queen on the board, speaks for itself, right? This is effectively just a completely lost position for Yu Yang Yi. And in a match that has been draw, 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 I don't think it's fair to say that they've been uneventful. We tuned into one of their games that ended in a draw, and it absolutely looked like one of the players was going to win that. So here we just see it finally maybe cracking as Denis Lazovic is going to break that tie and win when he needs to move on.
Yeah, winning with black. Yu Yang Yi is one of the most solid players in the world. This that half point that he pulled out in a previous game, super important in the context of this match. This for white, you keep the pieces on the board, but it's truly just completely lost. And I would bet everything on Denis converting this because there's no tricks. Black's pieces are good. The king is safe. Go king g7 if you ever want to move off the light square and avoid any sort of pins or some tricks, and just professionally forcing the trades.
Yeah, this is, and just to update, Nepo has resigned, so Duda officially won that game. It does move on, and this looks like we're going to see a similar story, a win with the black pieces. Denis surgically just trading those pieces, the bishops, as you mentioned, and we're not even, like, this isn't even a situation where you're looking at imbalanced material. You can come up with maybe a small percentage of positions where white has the material to do well. This is just queen for a rook and a pawn. This isn't close at all.
Yeah, if you're trying to just think about it and be optimistic, the best chance white has is somehow trading everything off and playing rook versus queen with all the pawns on the king side. It's not really a fortress, but it's the best hope. The queen will beat the rook worse in a more open position with pawns on both sides of the board. So really drawing dead here. And by keeping the queens on the board, but like black's getting ready to play maybe queen e4, get 3 attackers here, try to provoke a move like g3, and then start actually attacking white's weak king. So we see queen e4, just a nice square that can't be harassed. You also have to watch out. If you ever pick off this pawn, this knight can almost get stuck on the side of the board. But rook f4 being the clear way to win this. But the knight doesn't have an easy path back into the game, even if it doesn't get trapped. So that will just make black's task so much easier.
And g3 is not solving any problems. I think knight e3, g5
knight e3.
G5 just completely undoes it, and this is also a winning idea. So yeah, I think we're basically at the end point here. Yu Yangyi starting to lose hope. At this point, knight takes a5, eliminates the pawn, but rook takes f4. The black knight is still on the board, so there's so many mating threats while your knight's offside on a5. You're not only down material, but it feels like you're down that extra knight now for a couple moves as well.
Yeah, and just the tactic, if you take here, you take with the rook, queen e1 check, picks that up. We're going to see that on the board, I think.
Yep. And we're also getting to the point where if you put rook takes f3 on the board,
nice move too.
You know, if you want, you could take that move back and show your other idea you mentioned, which is rook takes f3, pawn takes, and then something like, queen a4. And you just hunting that knight that you mentioned was so offside is another way to try to win. So, of course, completely winning no matter what. And Dennis gets it done after 3 draws, Eric, avoiding Armageddon. We see the conclusion there with knight d2 coming up. So really well done. But like I said, a match that I think we expected. If we had to call one that was going to be neck and neck, these two players are so solid, very similar styles, but Denis Lazovic takes the crucial win and moves on without the need for Armageddon, Eric. As we take a look at the bracket, this is how things stand right now. Denis Lazovic just wins that match. So the final 2 names in the winners quarterfinals are Denis Lazovic and Viacheslav Duda, who beats Nepomniachtchi 3-1. That's 3 unanswered, right? There was a win by Nepo, 3 wins right after that from Duda. And then, of course, we have the losers bracket as well. We're seeing those matchups created now. Everyone is 1 loss away from being eliminated. We are covering these today, Eric. So you mentioned we are going to see 4 names disappear from contention. Sargsyan Pranesh, Yu Yangyi against Sam Sevian. We have Arjun versus Nepomniachtchi. And finally, Sindarov versus MVL.
Yeah, I mean, we had 8 matches and not a single Armageddon. I certainly wouldn't have predicted that. That's a bit rare. I know people like the Armageddon format, but it just shows the win rate in this format with no increment, which is definitely good for the viewing experience. But yeah, taking a look, I mean, we caught a lot of matches. We didn't see MVL. He lost to Nihal pretty badly. Also, Keimer from Germany, the top player, did defeat Pranesh, who on paper was one of the serious underdogs.
Yes.
So there's a couple players we haven't checked in on. We'll try our best. There's so many games going on, but yeah, like we got the upsets. We got pretty much everything there in the first round.
That's right. That is the first round in the books, but the winners quarterfinals and that round 1 of the losers bracket is still to come today. So while the players take a break preparing for that, we're going to take a break as well. And as we go, remind everyone watching about Zenny. That's right. If you're spending half your life in front of a screen, I think I'm well over half myself. You have to check out Zenny, the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. They're making high quality glasses, actually affordable. So look into their blue light blocking options. Your eyes will definitely thank you after a long, late night chess session. So you can head over to go.chess.com/Zenny. Code is CHESS, and you'll get 15% off everything through May 1st. You can even do the virtual try-on to browse thousands of frames. That's !Zenny in chat for the link. And you can win 1 of 10 custom gift bags at the moment featuring their blue light glasses. There's a pinned chat message that you can click the link in the chat as well to join that one for a chance. We're taking a break, and after this, we're getting into the next rounds here in the Chess.com playoffs of the Chess.com Open.
Folks, have you ever looked at me and thought, oh my gosh, he's so handsome? Thanks. It's probably the glasses. You see, I've worn glasses for most of my life, and in recent years, I've been wearing Zenny. Zennies are affordable, reliable, and they offer thousands of options. Also, nowadays, most of us spend hours staring at a screen, whether big or small. So I add blocks, which are Zenny's blue light blocking glasses. And remember to get your eyes checked regularly and avoid straining them for too long. But as far as glasses go, I love my Zennies, and you can try some today at zenny.com/chess. And maybe you too will look as handsome in yours as I do in mine.
Oh, for sure, in the sense, especially of always being with the same crowd. I mean, I enjoy my fellow Super GM's company, but you know, for instance, an event like the World Rapid and Blitz is great because I get to see for the one time in the year a lot of players that I wouldn't normally see. And you know, overall, of course, I like the addition of Grand Swiss as well for that reason, but of course there's you know, maybe more less social aspect to it because of course it's a bit more tense in terms of qualification and work before the games. But yeah, it just in general I don't see why we wouldn't have at some point sort of a reshape and, you know, to have more, you know, maybe less, not remove all of them, but a bit less of these round robins, even though they suit me at the moment. But maybe when you have them, you have some qualifying spots to them and not purely invitational. I don't know. And another thing that I found lacking is in round robins is, you know, I like the excitement of World Cup and the fact that knockout phase and, you know, the winner is not determined before the end. And, you know, actually for Swiss, for open tournaments as well, I think we could have like a final or you know, a playoff between places 1 and 4. That could be a nice addition, but of course take some extra time. I get it, but it could be fun. Well, to be fair, I'm already qualified, but no, I haven't. But maybe I'll tell them. I mean, there's 2 play-ins remaining. Maybe if they find the time, but of course it does take a bit too long, I think, for pure amateurs. Like it's probably along the line of 4 hours, whereas Title Tuesday is only 2 hours. So 2 hours we can manage for pure amateur. For 4 hours, if I ask some of my married friends and they do play for 4 hours, I think the wives will knock at my door, but not for a social visit.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move,
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna,
Thank you, Mom.
good game.
What do you mean,
Good.
good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
Welcome everyone back to the Chess.com Open. The playoffs are continuing here. We are now onto the next phase. That's right, the winners quarterfinals, the losers bracket. But Eric, before we get into the matchups, I'd like to take a step back and also talk about the path to EWC, what this all means. Things are getting tighter at the top. It's much more intense. There's so much on the line. We're past the qualifiers. We're into the playoffs now. There's 16 players still in the event. There's $250,000 in a prize pool hanging in the balance. But of course, it's the top 3 that really matter, punching those direct tickets to the Esports World Cup in August later this year. So when we think about the names on this list, we see 3 confirmations from the Speed Chess Championship. We know there's going to be 3 more confirmations from the Chess.com Open. But then it comes down to the leaderboard. And we kind of spoke before, Eric, about the left side of this graphic right here. You have to be in that top 10 to really be in contention. So looking at the names here, we talked about some earlier, but when it comes to that bubble, it really puts more pressure, Eric, on these competitors for the Chess.com Open and for the Title Tuesdays that are going to come after.
Yeah, I mean, left side of the bracket, top 10 in the standings, 2 of them lost their first match today, right? MVL and Yana Pomniachi. So definitely seeing a lot of opportunities for others to make it through. But Cena move ahead, Arjun, outside of the standings, who's in this event? I mean, there's a few guys in the lower bracket. Because if you're not in the top 20, you have to pretty much qualify through this event. I mean, or you have a long ways to go. Like, so the guys that aren't on the screen, but in the event.
I agree. Yeah, it feels like the guys that have the most to gain are, maybe Arjun, Cena, Nihal, these players that are outside of it at the moment, but are showing some great form when it comes to the event. So Arjun is going to need to do better, but for guys like Nihal, Cena, it's been a great start for them. And remember, even not finishing exactly in the top 3 to guarantee the spot, your placement in the event will contribute to those leaderboard points.
And yeah, we forgot a name right there, Dubov.
Yes,
exactly. He just pulled off an incredible win. I mean, it's not a huge upset in my eyes, but 3-0 in the way he did it. And looking at those standings, yeah, he's looking to make it through with this format, playing from bed. And Aman, I think we're getting ready to go for the next round.
That's right. The I guess important distinction just for we're going to get every match underway here, but for the losers bracket, it is only a best of 2. So that will go by extremely quickly. The winners bracket stays best of 4, exact same format that we've done so far. But that best of 2, I mean, you play like, oh, okay, I'm going to get my first game with the white pieces. Maybe you lose, then you draw with black. That's it. Goodbye. That's double elimination. You're out. So it can really creep up on you, the difference between best of 4 and best of 2.
Yeah, 2 games. Some of those guys that are in the losers bracket, they just never got going. And in the shorter format, the time is now. They can't afford to have that sluggish start. So already, though, look at this matchup in the losers bracket: Arjun versus Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, and this is a really critical one when you think about the standings that we just looked at. Arjun, I believe, was just outside of that top 10, and Nepomniachtchi is kind of towards the bottom of the top 10 himself. So I wouldn't say he's an absolute guarantee. And being out this early, you just lose a lot of the control of your own destiny. So we're going to lose, one of the players that's already signed to an esports org. We're going to lose one of these players after this match, Eric.
Yeah, no, these are two fan favorites, two big names, and someone's going home. And look at this game already. B5 from Jan. He's down a pawn, or let's say sacrificed it. He's sending a second one through to open up some lines. Even though white has time to eventually take and probably play king b1, you have to watch out for e5 at the right moment, some loose pieces. Arjun likes sharp position, so I don't think this phases him, but and being up 2 pawns, if he actually goes for that, it looks doable. I think you can take it, but
yeah, the thing crazy about this position is that it's really difficult not to take this pawn, right? How do you refuse to take it in a good way? Like knight back to c3 doesn't make any sense. So we're guaranteed to get the fight that it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi is looking for. If you play king b1, we're going to see those tempo moves like rook to c8, your ideas like knight g4 hits f2, there's e5. You start to, it's easy to look at all the possible tactics. That's why the blue arrow is screaming for the move e4. So difficult to not move your king away from the c file here, Eric. But e4, the only move to really keep the advantage that Nepo's conceded with b5 here.
Yeah, e4 is a tough move to play. It feels like king b1's natural. Bishop c7. That's a cool move. It's temporarily stopping rook c8. And maybe asking questions where you're going to put your queen. Jan replies right away, I will play rook c8 next, is his plan, and you'll eventually have to deal with a pin or something there. E4 is a tough move to play. There's some calculation required after rook c8. So here, yeah, this is just not a position you can play quickly as white. I mean, you have 2 pawns to show, so there's something there, but that C file is so scary. But look at Arjun play bishop d3. He's saying, you know what? You attack the C file. Let's just say bishop d8, rook c4, for example. Right. And I got things covered. Now my queen is no longer that leading piece. It's no longer pinned the same way. So up to Jan to prove compensation, and 2 pawns is a lot. If you don't come up with something and some pieces get traded off, you're staring at a lost position, just material wise. So how can you confuse or put pressure on Arjun here?
It's quite difficult. The c4 square is just so nice. b6 is covered even by the knight on a4. e5 is covered by the knight on f3. So I'm thinking about the ways that the rook on c4 can be attacked, and it doesn't look like it can be bothered at all.
Maybe knight
No, it's
c5.
not an easy position.
Not sure how good that move is. The idea is to disconnect the queen from that bishop temporarily and try to throw more pieces here. But rook c4 is always kind of in time, which is annoying. Black has to walk the tightrope a bit. You can win back a pawn, but if you trade off too much material, that's still not good. You'd like to stay down 2 pawns and have a lot of compensation, just an activity. You don't want to cash in, because the 2 pawns is a lot. If white can give up a pawn, trade off significant material, then he's just cruising. So,
yep.
And it's hard for black to operate without a lot of space here. All the pieces are on the back rank. So knight c5 is what I'm looking at. I just don't see many moves, but
no, knight c5 does make sense. At least you can sort of say, okay, I have the 2 bishops, maybe some control the dark squares in exchange, because if you don't even have that, I mean, let's be honest, rook c4, king b1, rook h to c1, that's all happening. So not surprised at all to see your move knight c5 on the board. You have to claim something in exchange, but the reality is it's probably just not enough.
No, like we can take a look at a line rook c4, and let's just say everything trades off. e4 is loose, but again, we're initiating some trades. I don't know if then you'll try to prepare rook b8, but let's just say bishop takes e4. Maybe this is you win back a pawn, something like that.
It
looks
so
almost pretty forcing.
Yeah, because you're trading so many pieces that it's almost fully admitting that whatever you came up with here did not work. Because if white takes on a7, that's 3 connected pass pawns moving up the board. It feels like my guess would be that Jan would want to, I mean, it's not a great move, but you almost want to play like bishop a8 and just exist with the bishop pair and take the fact that you're just down 2 pawns for almost nothing, because white's going to play king b1 and rook hc1. But I would rather
Even
play
here, yeah,
I don't know. You have the dark squares. That's the best I can say about the position here.
Yeah, this is a really critical moment for black, deciding if trades are coming or you're going to keep as much material as possible. He trades, and I can't imagine there's something besides taking back 1 pawn. At least black is preparing to clear the way for this rook on f8 to get in the game, like moving the queen in the future. And when you take on e4 and there's trades here, hits the queen, f2 is loose, b5 is temporarily loose. You'd mentioned some lines where you could take, a7, but if we allow the queen to get here, white's up a pawn, but the king is in a tough spot. So still some technique required from Arjun to maintain stability. And here we go. Here's the imbalance. White's up a pawn.
I'll just say that that's not Arjun on the screen at the moment. So I think we're still working on the cams there. But queen b8 hitting h2. This is a pawn that you can almost just hand over if you get the a7 pawn, right? Like I would give away so many of those kingside pawns to just get a7, because that's the ticket to everything moving forward on the queen side. But I will say the a7 pawn does a good job at the moment. The double pawns on f3. If I'm looking at the position we saw some moves ago, Eric, I have to say I'm happy with how it's gone for Jan. I think he's still clearly worse. Look, the position is hard to save, but he has the doubled f pawns. He has the target on h2. The a pawn's holding things back for the moment. I just don't know that we could have hoped for better than this.
That's true. With the opening that he chose, he played the provocative moves. Hard to criticize, but Black is close to losing. Any sort of trade from here on out, you have a 3-on-1 on the queen side, which those end games, whether it's a rook, whether it's queens on the board, should be losing. And there's a bit of an issue that the knight looks pretty here, but if white gets a couple moves in, like a4 and bishop e4, that knight doesn't have a really dangerous outpost or square to work from. And Black's hoping for counterplay, like tactics, a way for white to blunder. And if the pieces aren't in squares that can cause threats or pressure, why would, where's Arjun going to go wrong? So there's significant, for Jan, it's paramount to figure out, look, I'm close to losing, but I need to keep every piece on the board, the knight, the rook, the queen, and find a way to make my opponent uncomfortable. And where is that going to be? Because I want to play a4. I want to play bishop b4 and just trade into a winning endgame. And if the knight goes back to b6, it can be kicked out. If it goes back to, after a4, I'm just going to make a move. Bishop b4. If you have to move your knight back, I'm just going to install that bishop on c6, close the file, support the pawns, and get closer and closer. And the knight's dominated here. It's dominated from its squares. So we're really close to some big problems.
Yep, I do like the move a4 a lot. It seems weird to push pawns in front of your king, but that's where the clear pawn majority is. And there's not a lot to do elsewhere. So a little early aggression for Nepomniachtchi that, he wasn't down in the match. Definitely a risky way to start a best of 2 with the black pieces. But he's now facing technique. If Arjun has the technique for this position, Eric, I feel there's not much that Jan can do about it. This is just going to be converted over time because white has an advantage that is going to be enough with good technique. Yeah,
I think this is very comfortable for Arjun. Let's maybe take a look at the bird's eye view. There's other games going on, 7 others, and let's see what we can find.
Some in the winner's bracket, some in the loser's bracket. Obviously, a bit more weight on those games in the loser's bracket just because we might see some eliminations. I'm just noticing, Sindarov and MVL. That's a matchup there that's currently in Sindarov's favor, but another big name that we could see exit early. Meanwhile, in the winner's bracket, of course, top of the screen, Magnus against Keimer, which is a matchup that we're all so excited to see more and more of, and we saw recently in Grenke as well.
Yeah, we can take a look at that game, Magnus and Keimer. We didn't check out any of Vincent's game in the first round. Here he's got the tough task of Mr. Magnus, but position he has on the board seems pretty okay. Queens and rooks, even material.
Yeah, it looks
C4
like
pawn.
I'm looking at c6, and in an endgame, that's a really big asset because I can play something like rook b7. I mean, even now, that move can be considered. So difficult to deal with the b file. Meanwhile, white has to deal with the f file and threats to the king. So it feels like there's a bit of a balance there, and it should be okay. But that's why you're going to see rook b8. Yeah, you can't hand that.
Nice timing from Keimer, because without the b file, where does white's rook go? I mean, rook d2 is playable to shut off rook. Yeah, rook d2 to shut off rook b2, but you're not getting closer to your rook b7 move. We're not getting closer to the c4 pawn, and the king will maybe move to e7, play g6, and it's like black has control out of the only useful open file. That's a good thing for Keimer. I can't imagine he has
it's a very important
issues
thing
here, because you mentioned the c6 pawn. Yeah, that's.
I guess I'm concerned with if black tries to do something. I feel like it could backfire. For example, in this position, if I play king f3 and rook b2, then I'll just play like rook e1 and just allow like rook takes a2, and then I play rook b1. So my point is that the black rook actually is tethered to the b file. I don't think you can go hunting pawns because all white needs is rook b7, rook takes pawn, and even if the black king was over on e7 and d8, you could check and play rook c8. So white only needs to get their hands on that one pawn. So there's so much danger in that c6 pawn that I don't know. I almost look at this position and I'm a little more scared for black here. I'm really putting all the weight on that c6 pawn. I've seen these kind of games from Magnus before where he kind of correctly evaluates a really far advanced pawn up the board, and I'm wondering if that's what's kind of happening here.
I think you're right there, but then I'm surprised by his h5 move. I thought he's going to play this, to play g5,
G6.
put a rook on f1 and try to play g6.
Yeah.
And play off both sides. I'm either going to get a pawn at g6, play rook f7, or rook b1, rook b7. With h5, I mean, is he trying to play g4, g5, bring the king here? I don't quite see it. And that probably means he doesn't view his position as maybe he's trying to secure a draw, because it feels like this doesn't connect with the white rook advancing to some sort of 7th rank penetration.
Yep. So now rook b3, if king d2, for example, then rook b2, we could see repetition like that. So I imagine at this point, g4, g5 could be considered with rook g1. So then you think king f6 has to be played, but then there's rook f1. It starts to become a real consideration.
G5 and walk the king in? G5 and walk the king in. Yeah.
It's an idea.
The Magnus is so strong at these. He can take his time. He's up 1.5 minutes almost, which is critical when right now it's a balanced position, but any sort of transition could really change things, and he can time it properly. G5. He's going to walk the king or give that check that you mentioned on the F file. But he's,
so we might, I guess we might see, okay, rook b3, and then you can't play king d2, so you are giving up everything in the position.
Wow.
Rook takes d6.
Rook takes d6. That's, holy cow. You can't go king e7, I mean, without, but as you mentioned, always the base, the c7 pawn of white wins the races. The c6 pawn is the closest. Rook takes d6. That's just game over.
That's a knockout, Eric. That is a KO for sure. I'm very impressed by this, but I have to say, when I saw that pawn on c6, I've seen so many of these Magnus games where sometimes he's even down material, but he has one really far advanced pawn up the board, and it's so easy to misevaluate. It's like, oh, material's even, I have the open file, but that pawn is actually, it's black's rook that's tied down to the b file, not that black is controlling the b file. It's such a weird concept.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive, but you mentioned it from the get-go, the fact that you always have this win condition, that you win the races when the rooks are picking off pawns. That's everything. And yeah, it's just completely lost now, and not a hard task. Keimer will take the pawn. Exactly. Oh, d6. Yeah. Just
the rook has its own pawn on c4 working against it here. This is 100% over.
Yeah, just take on c7. Next move. Magnus will take the first game in that match. Shall we try to find another game here?
Absolutely.
Going on. But what an end game.
And you could just see Keimer, like, he did not see that rook takes d6 threat coming. Looks like Duda and Cena are going to be drawing that endgame. So Pranesh against Sargsyan looks like the place to go here, Eric.
Here we go. Pranesh, a name, he made it through the qualifiers. Not a household name, but here he goes. 2 qualifiers playing. So this is one where a lesser known name will make it through out of the losers bracket. Strong grandmasters anyways. Queen check. These queen end games, when you're under a minute, no increment, anything can happen, because I think we've all experienced where your opponent checks you forever, you'll flag, it's kind of like who has the better checks.
Yeah, the queen's covering e4 here. You have to assume there's a draw, but...
And black should go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's all about the quality of the pawns, and the d6 one is the strongest. If the queens trade, immediately white's lost. But yeah, you have to play defense here because the king was going to hide itself on h3 and h4.
Oh, that's a nice check. So you can meet it with queen e6. Black doing a good job of controlling the checks here.
Queen takes
No.
e5.
Queen back here, and you don't have the right checking sequence, and the players are really getting in time trouble. Now it's really hard. You
Queen
don't
a7,
have
queen takes c4. You don't have the same defensive resource you had before.
No, now this is winning for Pranesh, but it's going to be a time scramble. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
nice.
don't know about taking the queen there, but it has to be the first consideration.
Oh, that's a
Queen
nice
c7.
move. You can't push the pawn through that easily. But he's up 5 seconds, so just don't allow a perpetual, and you're going to win this on the clock, even if you don't find a winning sequence.
He might go for the win on time. He's really thinking about time here.
Yeah. A lot of
This
checks
is-
coming in.
Oh, ill-advised.
Free move. Still down
White
by
has
6
the extra
seconds.
time.
Yeah. Oh.
It's on full display here. Has to be a win for white on the board and on the clock here.
Takes the queen, and it's mate next move.
Wow.
Nicely done by Pranesh. Just controlled, made black's position passive and quite unplayable, especially in the time situation.
No, that was a really... And by the way, the blue arrow appearing for that queen b2 move, incredibly difficult. I did not see how black was going to save that position. Those are the results from the very first game. The winners quarterfinals, we start with that. Magnus, what an idea. Just making, water from stone, right? Every single time in an endgame. That's Magnus' specialty. Abdusatorov beating Denis Lazovic, Duda and Cena. Meanwhile, Dubov and Nihal, all a peaceful result there, a draw in the first game. And of course, the losers bracket. These results matter a little bit more, Eric, because there's only one more game happening. And then perhaps Armageddon, if it's tied, must-win games for MVL, Nepomniachtchi, and Sargsyan, and Yu Yangyi and Sam Sevian, starting off with a draw in that one.
Yeah, no, must win. They could almost be over for some. Jan, there we go. Yeah, Jan, we're not surprised he lost that game. That's the game we started with.
Exactly.
He played very loose, but here he's got white, and that would surprise me a bit.
Yeah,
And
did
that
you see
Magnus
so
game, just thinking
early?
about that was so nice still, because it's just so easy to underestimate how he plays, how he understands those positions.
No, it really is, because you're getting a player like Vincent Keimer, who's not just a tremendous player, but a great endgame player, to still trip up and second guess himself in a position where, of course, the engine is showing equality, but Magnus just understands that the equality is something that is still tough to demonstrate.
Yeah, and we have, Vincent loses the first game. He's got white. I mean, I don't know how you feel. The winners bracket, the matches are a bit longer, right? So
They are.
in terms of consequences for this, the players are, off to the next game. It is in the losers bracket where players are going home in the next 20 minutes.
That's right. Yeah, one way or another. In terms of matches and players that we haven't quite seen, I think of Nihal against Dubov, as well as Sindarov versus MVL.
Yeah, Dubov, Nihal drawing the first game. Sindarov, MVL. Let's take a look at Sindarov, MVL.
Yep.
Sindarov
This was,
won.
Okay, yeah, 1-0 for Sindarov right now. Good start. So must-win game. MVL with the black pieces, and that means he's fighting against this Ro16 bind setup. The pawns on c4 and e4. It's notorious. It's known to be just not only incredibly strong for white, but very difficult to break through. And MVL has played in a way where he's trying to take the imbalances. So that's what we have.
Yeah, we're both hedgehog players, but we know how tough it is to play against top players because they manage space advantages so well. as black, at some point, the breaks for black would be e6, d5, or b6, b5 at the right moment.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bit of a build-up there. Sometimes you put your queen on the diagonal. Yeah, objectively, tough opening where white's usually better. But for a must-win game, one of the features is there aren't a lot of trades early on. You see all the minor pieces are still on the board, and only one pawn has been traded off. So in terms of generating winning chances, yeah, you give up a bit of space, but keep the board a bit loose. Lots of pieces, lots of potential, and that's what he's chosen here. And I mean, he's a lifelong Sicilian player, so it's not out of his wheelhouse. But yeah, Sindarov is certainly familiar with this and going to work hard. And one of the issues with d5, I said d5 is a break, is you have to do it in a way that doesn't just allow everything to liquidate. So because if d5 were to be played at some moment, everything gets traded off, it's still pretty symmetrical. It's not like, oh, I have a pass pawn, you have a pass pawn. It's just like, no, we have all the pawns in the same squares. So
that's right.
He's going to extend this game, I think, as much as possible. I mean that by like shuffling a bit. At some point, maybe playing a move like g5 and playing on the dark squares. Part of the reason you fianchetto the bishop is it makes it hard to trade off, and that bishop will have a future on the long diagonal in terms of potential. But usually, yeah, go ahead.
It feels like a dark square concept is almost what you have to lean on here, because I don't see the move d5 happening in a good way with the bishop planted on g3, and b5 is simply covered way too much. Sometimes, you see b5, pawn takes, and then d5, but I think that's a little ambitious for the current position. So I like what you were saying about knight e5, knight h5, g5, maybe knight into f4, like trying to use the dark squares over there. And then maybe if white starts reacting to that, like for example, this gives you an opportunity to play d5. So you're kind of hinting at this dark square plan. White repositions the bishop. Now, d5 could be a consideration, but if you feel it's going to liquidate too much, you might just go for g5 anyway. But the timing makes sense here.
It does. It's just a match situation. d5 is the move you want to play, but I don't see too much pressure there. I'm worried about all the trades. It's like, do you play the position or play the person, play the match situation? d5 is supposed to equalize.
Correct.
But is it an equal position that you can extract something from? That's the question here. I think if white takes with the c pawn, you take back, take again with the e pawn, let's just say, I'm not sure he'll take back right away. You can take back anytime. Maybe you throw in a move like b5 just to make it a little spicy, because if you don't do that, you take on d5 and I take, and I don't know how you'd like to take, but I'm going to trade on the c file. So let's just say rook takes here.
Yep.
The problem with that, I think black's doing good. Maybe the problem for white is if you play too much for a draw, too much for trades, we play worse psychologically a lot of the times. So I'm not sure if Sindarov is like, he will trade everything off. Okay, we get this variation. But you just want to be careful. If you're too focused on trading everything off, that's often where we just don't play our very best if we get ahead of ourselves. But I just if we trade everything, I guess the pin is still a little annoying, because
queen d8 is happening next.
Yeah, queen d8 is happening next. Queen b4. That move looks funny. Obviously the Chess.com has the question mark there, and we see this blue line, rook takes c1 being the mess move. It just feels like there could be some tactics on the d4 knight with a rook being pulled to c1. MVL maybe also setting up something.
Well, I think knight takes f3 and queen g5 if the knight on d4 disappears. So just that queen g5 is in the air. Well, this one, I guess the knight, you were trying to put the knight
I
somewhere.
protected it. Oops, I made too good of a move.
So yeah, you You just imagine a situation where the pressure builds on that knight, and then
Mhm.
you feel like moving it, but you can't due to this threat. Oh my goodness,
What
it's
happened?
happening, Eric.
I thought those were my arrows. I thought that was
No, this is a live position now.
that knight c2. Come on.
And Eric,
Sindarov
knight
with a
c2, in
crazy
all
blunder.
honesty, is one of the strangest squares to put the knight. We were only putting it there to demonstrate this tactic, and then it appeared live.
No, now all of a sudden, no matter what happens, the position's in balance. Even if white wins back a pawn or survives this, the king is loose. You've lost the pawn in front of your king, activates black's bishops, and just breathes life into everything here. MVL is going for the kill here. Looking at sacrifices, looking at moving the knight back. You can try to play
Yeah.
up a pawn, or you can try to continue attacking. I'm looking
Rook
at ideas
h5
like
comes to
rook,
mind.
rook h5, because this idea, this queen g5 move sometimes comes in
It's still there.
very, very seriously. Queen g5, hitting the rook, but also now bishop takes, f3 is mate.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's an invasion happening
Well,
no matter what.
look at
Bishop
this.
g3.
I can take, right?
Ooh,
It just
there's just
it
no
just plays
pieces over
itself.
there.
The knight on c2 is and
Oh my
block in front of your
goodness.
rook.
Oh, he starts with
MVL,
knight h2.
check. King
Okay,
is
so
going
same
to drop
idea,
back with bishop
right?
e5.
Because there's no g3
There's
because
no
of mate on
g3,
h1.
and all of white's pieces are in dark squares. So after bishop e5, we're threatening check. King moves here, and you can put the bishop anywhere. You can attack the rook. You can attack the
Yep.
queen. So just imagine, check. King slides over. Any further move is a discovered check, and
That's right.
the pieces for white are all on the dark squares.
And not to mention, you can do
Oh,
the same
queen
idea with the
here.
queen.
Oh, that's super
Basically,
nice because it also
yeah,
freezes this.
so the bishop will move, bishop e3, but something like queen h2, rook f5 immediately looks like there's something wrong with it. Maybe there's even a better move than that. Let's wait and
I
see.
feel like there should be, whether we can find it, because I thought the line you mentioned was quite strong. Like
Mhm.
clearly there's something here. So check. I don't want to give a check unless it's really good. Although rook f5, you can take g2 and start collecting the pawns.
Yeah. It looks like he's just going to kind of trust this idea for now.
Well,
He's playing very confidently, right? He's not even second guessing. He's just trusting the instincts. This has to be 100% winning, and he's correct, of course. Like this should be enough, but he still needs to produce the next great move.
Yeah, even if there's no, he's got 3 pawns for the piece. That's looking just winning for MBL. We might be getting an Armageddon. I want to jump over to this other game I'm on. Jan
Which one are you looking
versus
at?
Arjun, just because it's a must-win situation, and the Pomniashi up in exchange here.
Yep, there's so many results that really matter here, and Jan is playing for his life in this tournament right now. So up against Arjun, must win. The knight's rerouting, and honestly, he's got a pawn for it as well. So the dark squares are in black's favor. That's probably the nicest thing I can say about the position, because extra exchange, up a pawn as well. Just have to reroute that knight, but we're in the process of seeing that happen.
Yeah, I mean, when you're down in exchange, you're hoping your minor pieces are active and coordinated and can overwhelm the position. Here, your bishop and knight are out of the game. So this is a lot worse than a normal position. You mentioned the pawn as well. That extra pawn for white kind of shelters the king. So this is dead lost. And unfortunately for Arjun, how to come up with counterplay is a lot harder when your pieces aren't in the game. Maybe knight c4.
Yeah.
You can trade. You can play rook e1. The dark squares are the main thing, but white's pieces are, the knight on c4 covers b2. It's hard to imagine messing this up because there aren't tricks.
That's right. Yeah, and the knight on d8 is effectively out of the game. Queen b6 trades the queens, and there's almost no positions where black's material imbalance is somehow favorable. You'd have to play like a4, a3, open the diagonal, and somehow get the black queen on it. But it's just not happening.
No, he spotted it, and that should be the game. Wouldn't be surprised to see a resignation soon. Just okay, bishop e2. Try to like get the base of the pawns, but you can go bishop c4 now, and you guarantee a trade with knight d7 if black pulls back the bishop. And again, the knight's on d8, and there we go. There's a resignation. Jan wins a must-win game.
Yep.
Those guys are going to Armageddon in the losers bracket, fighting tooth and nail.
Amazing. That's a great result. We also saw Pranesh just after that great result in the first one, just comes in and wins again. So really, really interesting to see how quickly things can crumble. Sargsyan was defending, all of a sudden is eliminated. Meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi and Arjun will go to Armageddon, as you said.
Another losers bracket game here, Amon. Yu Yangyi versus Sam Sevian. They drew game 1. Game 2, we have even material, rooks and a knight, but this is in Yu Yangyi's wheelhouse, because even though black has this passed pawn on b5, it's blockaded and being attacked twice, and he's a grinder. You see on the clock, he's up a couple of minutes. Black's a bit passive. White's pieces are more active, and even if all things stay equal, it's easier to play for white. And Yu Yangyi, he's got white. They drew the first game. He needs to extract as much as possible here. So yeah, I'm thinking e4, maybe push this, but he's done a great job of controlling with limited material black's position.
Yeah, very limited. You have to watch out for, rook takes b5, rook takes d6. So I don't know if white plays like king f1 or something. Yeah, okay, g4, sure. Knight to d5. If rook takes b5, then I was looking at rook takes d6, and this is a classic,
nice tactic.
Yeah, trick that you can't quite take that pawn. So I thought your move e4 made some sense to stop knight d5, and I assume that's the move we're going to see next.
Yeah, I wanted to contain that knight. Feels like black rerouting the knight or being tricky with it. Well, first of all, just forcing the rook off the blockade is a huge accomplishment.
Knight f6, knight e8. Is that at all possible? Not quite. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's any, trying to win the rook in some way, but he comes up with a clever move of his own. Rook c7. Says almost difficult to follow the geometry of the pieces here. The knights and rooks are all working together.
It makes sense. Black's down 2 minutes, clarify the position, trade it off, it's easier to play. And if white's not careful and that b pawn's not blockaded, you're going to use that to push. Knights are notoriously bad in endgames at stopping outside passed pawns. You'd have to play passive. So this position, okay, knight e2 is a threat on the board. It could flip a bit.
Yep.
It's kind of a dangerous thing. It's like, it's improving for black, but the more pieces means in time trouble, that makes it harder for black to catch up and just like clarify the position and get into like a king and pawn endgame where you can force a draw, something like that. It's a bit double-edged in that sense. I think black really needs to desperately try to clarify things. This is a nice move. Knight here. You have rook b7, and that pin is problematic.
Yeah, it looks like it should be enough. Where else do you put this knight? I mean, knight e4, you're just going to exchange and place the rooks behind the b pawn.
Yeah. Sam is looking for an easy way to rattle off 5-10 moves. Oh, I probably missed the tactic because I must have missed something.
Yeah, there must have been something after rook b7 or rook b8, kind of the exact same idea. Still not seeing it.
Because now white is up a pawn and up a minute, and you can play this on forever. Yu Yangyi, I'm not sure he's like that. Where you know, he's a bit of a classical player and not like I don't seem like flagging, but white's up a pawn, so even taking away online speed chess etiquette, it's not like 3 pawns versus 3 pawns. You're up a pawn, and you have ways to push this.
I mean, even going for the move G5 is, let's say, a very poor flagging move. You can save that for much later. Like, we're seeing a lot of forward pawn moves that usually you want to keep in reserve. So already I can say he doesn't seem to be going about it in that way, like where he's trying to get a win based on the clock. Like, it doesn't look like he's making a real attempt.
He's a very strong player, but doesn't play as much online and doesn't extract the most in terms of being tricky or maximizing flagging opportunities. And Sargsyan is a bullet demon, speed chess demon. A lot of these players that have done well. What a move, though. Trying to play king f6.
Yep, that was super tricky, actually. Wow. Still a draw, so more of just a shocking move and a nice one by Yu Yangyi. But still, if he's not in the mentality, I just wonder, is he in that mentality where he's willing to flag this game? Sargsyan is so quick that you would need to, let's just say it'll be tough to do in a way that isn't a little bit shameful, you know?
If we flipped roles, I would guess Sargsyan would win this.
Yeah.
Straight up.
I mean,
they're in the loser's bracket. You have to try everything you can, and he didn't.
You go through, right?
Yeah.
This is the loser's bracket. You eliminate or you go through based on this result. A draw, obviously, we go to Armageddon, but I think you build this up to the point where you play E5, and there's extreme winning chances. So let's see. I think this is 100% part of the game, and I hope that that he's got that move number carefully in his mind, because when you're playing on 50 moves, you got to know exactly when you need to move that pawn.
For sure. No, I saw a game of yours the other day where a guy snuck in the 50 moves against you.
That's true, actually. I actually had thought that it was 10 moves later than that, because I had looked at it and looked at it incorrectly. We need to see a pawn move.
We do. And he's got another pawn move afterwards. He's up 23 seconds with no increment. This is, come on, that's just incredibly frustrating.
It is frustrating.
You just completely, you're up a pawn, so it's, oh man, that's another blown opportunity from Yu Yangyi. They're going to Armageddon, but you have to play E5. This is crazy.
Yeah, and there's no excuse because you have extra time, so you could even take 10 seconds. It probably wouldn't take that long, but 10 seconds, just go back, verify what move the last capture was made. So I think we're going to see more and more players getting used to winning those positions, because that is leaving a lot of points on the table. And with the result there, we now can see in the winners quarterfinals, Magnus, with the draw, continues to lead 1.5 to half. Avisatorov and Lazovic is now evened up at 1-1. So we saw a result there. I believe it was Lazovic with the win. Duda and Cena, 1.5 to half, and Nihal Dubov is 1-1. But the losers bracket, Eric, this is where it all gets decided. We just saw that result. Look at these 1-1 matchups here, all headed for Armageddon, as Pranesh, the only one to move on and say, you know what, my job is done for the day. Come back tomorrow for losers round 2.
Yeah, he plays the winner of this Sargsyan match, but I'm excited. We get hopefully the audience is too, our first Armageddons of the day, and Jan versus Arjun is the marquee matchup by rating, but no, all the games should be good here.
Yep. So there's 3 Armageddon games that are happening, which means we will take a short break. Obviously, with Armageddon, we also need to receive those bids and that whole process. So a short break right now. But before we do, a reminder about Neuro Gum and Mints. As we head to a break, you can level up your game with Neuro Gum and Mints, whether you're trying to recall 20 moves of theory or you're just trying to stay centered in a time scramble. Memory and focus is your secret weapon there. It's natural, effective, and it helps you stay locked in from move number 1. We have an exclusive 20% discount just for the Chess.com viewers. That's right, you guys in chat. It's the biggest site-wide discount yet. It's Stay sharp, and remember, your brain is your best piece. That's !Neuro in the chat. Visit go.chess.com/Neuro for all of the details of this exclusive offer. We're back with three Armageddon games to find out who is going to be eliminated in the Chess.com Open playoffs right after this.
Busy day. Come on, honey. Oh, man. Eric. Magnus, you gotta be kidding me, man. Don't they know that I'm working? When I'm struggling to get through my day, I rely on Neurogum to give me the energy and the focus that I need to keep up with a busy life. My wife needs me. My kids need me. The kids can wait. Me and DannyBot have got work to do. Feels good to focus on what matters.
You know, I'm very used to round-robins tournaments or knockout formats. You know, when you start your journey with chess, then you usually play opens, obviously, because you are not strong enough. But then at some point, when you start having successes, you get invited to close tournaments, and yeah, and I haven't played open, since a very, very long time. Actually, I played one Grand Swiss, Isle of Man. It was in 2023. But apart of that, I can't really tell, what was the last time I played open. At least, over the board. When you are on top, you often, get obsessed with your rating. And of course, in open tournaments, there is more people by definition. So there are people with lower ratings, and you don't really want to face them. like if you could play high-rated guys, then of course you would always pick them, I think. Let's say wider family can play some chess, but I don't think they are good enough. So to have a realistic shot. So for instance, my aunt used to be a woman Polish champion, but that was back in 90s, in the beginnings of the 90s. So now she is economy professor, so I guess she could play, for instance, but also she's not from the generation who is used to playing online chess. She plays occasionally, but but sometimes she's unhappy when she loses some time. So, and apart of that, no, I didn't encourage anyone because I don't wanna have competition. But if I don't have to, it didn't cross my mind, to be honest. But yeah.
Neuro is smart. Gum. The totem holds the moments that defined champions. Plays that became history.
Does absolutely nothing. The Horn! BB's a dog!
Across years, across games, across the world. The roar of the crowd. The winning play. The heartbreak. Moments that turned players into champions.
Trying to be feeding through here. He gets through.
Moments that never fade.
Is it going to be good? Yes, it is. And Weibo will.
As echoes of the past grow distant, the next chapter begins. A new challenge unfolds. Who will define history? Who will rise above?
Welcome back, everyone. The Chess.com Open continues. We're in the playoffs, and we have Armageddon games in front of us. Eric, somebody is going to be eliminated, but when we say Armageddon, I want to make sure we explain to everyone watching what Armageddon is as a format. What it means is the players will bid for the black pieces. This is because if black wins, and if black draws rather, then it is a win for black. So it's an advantage to have the black pieces. In order to compensate for that advantage, the players bid. They say, you know what, I'll take less time to play with black because you also have draw odds. And because of that less time, it becomes balanced. So really, it's kind of a psychological battle here where you're trying to bid lower than your opponent, but not too low, because imagine you bid 2 minutes. Your opponent's going to start with the full 10 minutes. You're only going to have 2. Congrats, you got the black pieces, but you might still lose the match anyway. So you want to see probably something in the maybe 7 to 8 minute mark is where we usually see the players bid, but that's what the players have done. And we have some bids to reveal when it comes to the different matchups. So Arjun Gaisi bid 8 minutes and 2 seconds. Nepomniachtchi, 7 minutes, 42 seconds. What that means, with the lower bid, we're going to have Nepomniachtchi start with that 7 minutes, 42 seconds, and the black pieces, and Arjun gets the full 10 minutes, but must win the game with white. Similarly, MVL, 7:43, Sindarov, 7 minutes, 30 seconds, Sindarov with the black pieces in that game, Samsevian, 7 minutes, 28, Yu Yangyi, 7 minutes, 49. So that means Samsevian takes the black pieces. So Eric, we're kind of in that 7 to 8 minute bidding range. We have 3 Armageddon matchups underway. And, well, I guess, do you feel that, this psychological battle there of maybe outbidding your opponent just by like 10 or 15 seconds, does that feel like a little bit of a win to start things off, getting the color that you wanted?
I feel like it used to be a bigger deal. I know I keep mentioning the generations, but the young guys, I don't think they're phased too much, and whether it's playing for a win with either color and kind of that pressure, it's no longer, draw with black, win with white. I don't think it's as big of a deal. And I think that win rate in this format has kind of shown that. With white in chess, hard to beat top players, but when there's no increment, that changes things. So I think no matter which color you get, I think the guys are pretty okay with it. And you read things well. It was around the 7.5 minute mark. I got the game in front of us. MVL and Sindarov. I'm on some esports angles at play here as well, right?
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, Sindarov doesn't have his, let's say, his esports team logo beside his name, because it was only just announced and confirmed that he's back and signed with Team Vitality, which Maxime Vacher-Lagrave is also a part of. And I think it was actually at the Esports World Cup last year, Eric, that we saw them competing as teammates, now confirmed teammates again and competing once again, but this time against one another. So that adds a little bit of extra element in one, from one perspective, you think one of the players is going to move on no matter what from Team Vitality, but also losing one of them this early is definitely devastating for the overall chances.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You're okay if they maybe play in the winners bracket, because then no one's eliminated. But here, you don't maximize as an esports team. You want as many players into the EWC as possible, and one guy's getting sent home here. So yeah, we're taking a look. MVL playing white. They have a Spanish structure, although the bishop is on G7, which is still pretty normal. And Sindarov, people were writing him off after the 0-3 versus Dubov playing from bed. But the fact of the matter is, Dubov is fantastic. I was going to say playing from bed, and he's really good. I don't think that impacts this match. These are two really good players. And here, MVL, because of obviously Armageddon, we have the one pair of rooks on the board and all the minor pieces. So still plenty of potential, but we can already see where white's looking at. The B5 pawn, which is a target, doesn't have any pawns to support it. Black has more center potential with D5. So we're going to see a bit of a strategic battle there. Will Black try to like play aggressively? Or if you don't do that, there are concerns that White can start to double, triple up here. Sometimes you can play b4, fix the pawn there, and then it's just a really long-term target. That's a bit annoying to defend. It's like Black attacking e4, White attacking b5, which pawn ends up being the targeted one, the initiative, and it feels like it's the b5 pawn. And that favors MVL significantly in the time situation. Sindarov is a pretty fast and confident player. Being down, not only is he bid, he's playing Black, he started with less time, but he spent more time as well, which is not a good...
He spent a lot more time.
Yeah, not a good combination.
8.5 minutes to 4.
Because I'm looking at b4, and I don't know where the knight goes because the knight might be trapped on b3. This has just gone... Yeah, this is looking really bad for Sindarov already. The knight doesn't have good squares.
Yeah, I agree. This is very strange. But I think one of the stranger things...
Pulled things off. I just switched us briefly, Amon, because I wanted to... There's 3 Armageddon games, sorry to interrupt. But there's another game that looks crazy, and these games are moving so quickly.
This is exactly right. It's almost a puzzle for the chat. How did the rook get to h4? And which rook is it? You have to assume it's from a1, but okay, we long castled. I guess we played rook d4, rook h4, and then pawn e5, e4, and then knight f6 to g4. This is Nepomniachtchi looking at this variation since it was last played and playing so far a lot of only moves, best moves to justify this line. So, he's obviously improved it, and there's a reason why this game is a lot more balanced than the last attempt.
Yeah, this is weird to look at.
Just to bring it back to the game we were just looking at, it's actually already over. So Sindarov resigned because he did get his knight trapped. He did put it on b3, and it got trapped. So he actually just lost the game, and that's already over.
Quickly show people just for like 5 seconds. I mean, that was easy to anticipate, and the reason he resigned is there's 2 pieces attacking, 1 piece defending. You can play queen a4, but after knight d2, it's gone. Just full piece, can't move, and a tough exit.
Gone, and he's gone.
He's gone.
Well. Sindarov has been eliminated by his teammate Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and that's a very, very quick Armageddon result, by the way. So the time deficit of Armageddon plus the extra time consumed during the game, he was in a bad position as well. Yeah, Sindarov with a very quick exit, especially after his candidates run. Eric, that is a surprising result, it's fair to say.
Well, he got signed before the tournament started today, so that's good, right? Because he's on the team. It wasn't like make sure you qualify. He's the World Championship challenger. Lots of reasons to sign him. But by the way, back in this game, the geometry is very interesting here. Big tactic from Jan, right? Knight f2. The knight was pretty much trapped or attacked. You take back. You take here. That's a rook for 2 pieces. That's usually not good. 2 pieces in a middle game worth way more than a rook. But if I play queen g3, there's no good way to defend both knights. It's a funny configuration. The geometry works. And Jan, well, most of these players, they're so quick at spotting it.
Yep.
This would win a piece back. And not only win a piece,
unusual forks, right? Like for both knights to not be able to move and defend themselves is so unusual. And what a good point you're making there. It's on the board live. And yeah, Nepomniachtchi, look at the difference. You just check the line. It just shows how strong these players are. You just check the line for like 2 minutes. Give me 1 move instead of that b5 he tried earlier. And immediately he puts this game together, and he might just be winning right out of the gate.
Yeah, no, he fixed the line or came up with an idea, And losing exchange isn't the end of the world and in chess or in these formats, but it's not just that. Look at White's pawns. Look at the pawn structure. This is an isolated pawn. The bishop and rook haven't developed yet. So this is really tough to salvage. On the other hand, queens are on the board. You can get pieces developed. Maybe, I don't know, let's say knight f3. Man, actually, no, I can't even
I like
move
that
my
you said
e-pawn.
if, because yeah, I don't know if we can get the pieces developed at all. This is definitely problematic here. Bishop b4, he's trying to directly justify.
Bishop f5 is a move. My idea is here, I take, the queen's hit.
That's right.
My idea, if you take here, I take this, and we're just accelerating the process of trading things off.
Yep.
So, yeah, I might have done that, but this is very good too. I mean, it's just the problem. Rook, bishop not developed, knight on the rim. Bishop can tuck in on f8 to make sure you don't get mated or any tactics here. Even just grabs the pawn. There's no rook g1.
Yeah, bishop f5 is coming, so you have to play knight f3 to block the communication. But, I mean, he's effectively trying to get the queens off the board by force. White is not developed. No, this is all Nepomniachtchi, and you know, for all of the ups and downs he's had so far in this event, this is enough because the bishop's going to be hanging, completely winning, and Jan Nepomniachtchi shows up in Armageddon. Also, won when he needed to create an Armageddon match. So he really did well, Eric, I think, after 3 losses in a row in the winner's bracket, then into the second match, losing the first game. That's a great comeback from Nepomniachtchi, who's just not willing to exit the event this early.
No, and he didn't change his style. A lot of these guys aren't changing their style. What brought them success? You play really sharp. On a good day, you're beating everyone. On a bad day, maybe you're being a bit optimistic, but they stuck to their guns, repeated the opening. It was exciting for us. But yeah, Jan stays in the losers bracket still. Means for the rest of the event, can't afford a match loss.
Eric, this is talk about a disappointing position to have when you're in an Armageddon match, right? This is opposite bishops. This is probably the exact position that you think about when you talk about the Armageddon format, and it's a dream for Black because a draw wins the matchup.
Yeah, a draw wins the matchup, and it's trivial. It's a trivial position to play. And so even though you might look at it, Yu Yangyi didn't maximize his games earlier on the clock. Here he's forced to, or he's being sent home with a draw. But even though he's up 30, 40 seconds, Black can pretty much pre-move the rest of the game and catch up. You can just simply move your bishop.
H4 and G5 as the only outside attempt, because maybe you try to move the e-pawn, but it just doesn't matter. You move the e-pawn, king e7, you're not making any progress. It's so easy for me now, but I will say I was very critical when it happened. It's easy to be critical of the decision not to play that rook endgame on. And it's like, how many times is this going to happen to these top players where they're up a pawn in a rook endgame, they have more time, they can easily flag, but they choose not to, almost, you know, the gentleman's game that we play. And then, look, Yu Yangyi is going to be eliminated from the event now, just a game later. And how many times is that going to happen before you realize it's not about a gentleman's game, it's about the correct decision in this new evolving format?
No, completely right. Completely right. He should have won the previous game. Should have tried more, and he's gonna have to think about that for a while. He's trying his best here to get that e-pawn through, but we're very close to everything being cleared. He tried the only thing possible.
Yep.
Question is though, how do you actually push this? Okay. I mean, you play e5. What I mean by push it is after e5, where do you place your king? Because your king has to stay tethered to the pawn, but you also want to make sure this bishop doesn't get back.
I think bishop e1, bishop c3, if white plays f6, you just play king g6, and even if king e7, f7 happens, you will make it to g7 with your king, and you will make it to b4 with your bishop eventually. Yeah, and that's if you can play f6, which, you know, is not the most clear.
Whoa. King here. King d6, right? Just king d6.
Bishop a3, and
is there a way you can play f6?
F6,
take
E6?
away that square in e6.
Reminds me of
F6.
Fabi against Hikaru's position. Obviously different placements, but same idea sort of being utilized to cut a piece off from that square.
I underestimated this. I really thought it was that's it. You can sack your bishop for the pawn, king walks over here, but that just takes away the bishop, nicely takes away these light squares, and just...
I mean, that is impressive. Wow. I'll be the first to say I underestimated this as well.
Do we go king
definitely here? Think that more time needed to be invested on that move by Sevian, but wow, at this possibility that, yeah, it might just be winning now.
King d7, right?
Yeah, the bishop doesn't have access to d6, which is key. So bishop takes e5, f7 would win after king d7. Right.
He's found it. So let's just look at what will probably happen here. Yep. Bishop b4 here. Running the pawn doesn't work. I'll sack and take here. So you try to run the king, but
the bishop goes to d3 and f1, and you just stop the f pawn with your bishop. a6 is not possible. I mean, you can see the look on Sam's face. He's almost like he just cannot believe that it's possible the endgame could be losing on time now as well as on the board.
If Sam had won this match, I was going to ask him about his hockey jersey. I've spoken to him quite a bit about. He's a big fan. I didn't know he's a Patrick Laine fan.
Yep.
He's a...
Yeah, this is his... someone told me it's lucky jersey as well. And yeah, this is just...
That works too. Everything works.
Unlucky result, but I gotta be so impressed by Yu Yang Yi in that one. I'll be the first to say I ruled him out. Now, there was a path to a draw there. So it wasn't that it was winning by force. You can question, getting to that position in the first place, but you can't question the technique there. That was truly impressive. And as I saw in the chat watching here, it is fair to say, Eric, that is a victory for the gentleman. That is the right decision. The karma worked. He did make the honorable decision to draw that last rook end game, and then he converted on the board in this one. So it's incredibly impressive.
I think he qualified in the event with Armageddon too, right?
That sounds correct, because
Wesley or something. I'm trying to remember, but we criticized him, and he's made it through these Armageddons.
He's proven himself many times.
I have the game here, Duda versus Cena move ahead, who is down a half point to 1.5 here. And Duda's completely winning. He's got 3 connected pawns. I'll tell you though, this guy is super tricky. I've lost positions like this. That's a nice move. Jeez. If you sack, you get mated. You're threatening rook. Oof. G4 is a pawn mate. You can't afford to allow 4 pawns to be connected.
Yep. You could play rook h3, but yeah, this is surely not enough here.
No, you can't. Yeah, the pawns will push themselves. We have to talk about Duda. He loses the first game versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. He wins 3 in a row. Now he's playing one of the most dangerous guys in the field who just beat Arjun 3-0. And he's about to advance, right?
Mm-hmm.
A win here just... Everything works. Everything works.
This is going to be 2.5, and we're in the winner's bracket here. So this will not mean that, and even here he has to deal with some tricky variations like a5, king a4, but of course more than up to task.
King
But yeah,
c6.
he's had a difficult run. Very impressive.
Oh yeah, now you king back. 16 seconds. Let's just see what Cena can do here. It shouldn't be enough, but he's a tricky one.
Yep.
Don't want to get under 5
E7.
seconds.
He's got to switch into full flag mode here, but you have to feel
No.
14 is going to be enough. Even there, he found a pretty tricky one.
But it's mate if you go
It's
king
mate.
b3. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
That was a pretty good attempt.
Jan Krzysztof Duda. And that takes him to the next round in the winner's bracket, and Cena moves down to the loser's bracket.
I'm just really, have to take a moment to appreciate Jan Krzysztof Duda. Someone that was selected as the first opponent in the entire draft, we want to call it, against Nepomniachtchi. Wins 3 games in a row there after dropping the first one, and then takes out Cena Movahead, who I think is absolutely one of the most dangerous players in this field in a way. And does it in amazing fashion. We just saw the conclusion of that. And he's punched his ticket along with Magnus Carlsen into the winner's semifinals. So, talk about a little revenge tour, but that is an amazing result. And speaking of results, Lazovic and Abdusattorov, 1.5 apiece. So we have one more game there, as well as Nihal against Dubov. And by the way, we have seen Dubov use that technique of sort of making it to the Armageddon, making it to the tie breaks when it comes to a match format. So let's see, there's one more game each in these best of 4s, but we now have our full information here. When it comes to the losers bracket, Eric, Cena Movahead moves down to face Yu Yangyi. Vincent Keimer lost to Magnus, moves down to face Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. And we have Nepomniachtchi and Pranesh waiting for those final 2 matchups in the winner's bracket to conclude and give us the full picture for the action tomorrow.
Yeah, that matchup, Yu Yangyi, Cena, is a good one stylistically, really solid versus really tactical. But the next games have started him on, and one player we haven't seen any games of, who I'm a big fan of, Nihal Sarin. He won round 1 comfortably. He won title Tuesday this week, I believe. Just a complete speed demon. He's playing Dubov, just 2 guys that are really, really strong in the online formats. And this is the 4th game, and they're tied 1.5 apiece. I think we should stay on this one. Dubov likes to play this IQP structure, which isn't so easy, but he's one of the best in the world at these. Because usually, at some point, white takes here, plays rook c1, blockades. It's usually comfortable, right? We typically like to favor it. Dubov is so good dynamically. If he's just playing a passive position, statics and weaknesses, that definitely favors his opponent. Not saying he can't play them poorly, but we've seen his attacking chess, and it's just world class. It's beautiful to watch. So I think Nihal, who has a very wide range of how he plays, is looking to slow it down and play against that d5 pawn at some point. He might be timing things, because you can take now or you can take later. If black takes on d4, you take with a knight, just blockade. So good opening for Nihal.
I think this is a clear edge for Nihal. This is a position you want to be in when the match is tied, right? So looking at how this game started is very, very typical Dubov, though. He likes these tirage structures. He always challenges the center, d5, c5. He's kind of made a name for himself being very good at these positions, but it doesn't change the raw evaluation of them, that it is slightly better for white. And I've seen this from Dubov before when he's up against an opponent that I feel he respects. He's sort of willing to say, okay, 4 draws, and let's just settle it, one-on-one in Armageddon. So he's playing from bed. He's looking very chill. I wonder if that's his mentality coming into the match.
It might be, but this position is just not a position that screams draw to me. We like white here. B6 takes away those IQP possibilities, but it might introduce hanging pawn chances. White can throw in h3 just to give the king some space and check this bishop. You can take on c5 and play against the hanging pawns. That might be more in Dubov's wheelhouse, to play a loose position but have that type of pawn center. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this. It opens up your bishop and those pawns are a bit weak. Maybe throw in h3. You can also take here later on. Like you could play a3 first.
I guess one of the things about this position that's a little bit unique is it almost feels like black's behind. So I start to actually consider moves like bishop a3 or like very, very direct attacks on the pawn on c5, just because it feels as though, hey, there's this pin on the knight on c6. It does feel like it's a little bit slow. So yeah, you mentioned this structure. This is like typical Dubov. I do think that he's quite comfortable here. Nihal is offering a lot of simplifications.
Yeah, one of the direct ones we can look at is bishop e2. You can take back with a knight here or throw this in. But this doesn't feel like that's the line.
Yeah.
He's probably taking back with the knight. I don't think that's maximizing. The more pieces on the board, the more pressure you can put on the loose pawns. But it also takes away any bite or pressure black could have with the pieces and just simplifies it. You know, he's saying, I probably will put the knight on f4 and just target these slowly, get the rook to d1.
Yep.
Little something for sure. But yeah, as we mentioned, Dubov is used to playing these positions. And he knows he gives his opponent some chances there, but he's a bit of an expert. And knight f4, queen f3, rook d1. That would be one natural way of playing. a5, idea to play a4, get rid of that isolated pawn. But not only that, create a weakness. If you can play a4 and take, at least the b pawn can be targeted. Because right now there's no weaknesses for white, and that's a bit annoying.
That's right. And if you play knight f4. I mean, Dubov is going to play d4 very quickly, I think. And just even if he loses that d pawn, there's so many positions that are just absolutely no advantage where you play a4, b3 is a target, and white just can't keep everything together. So I expect that we might see something like knight f4, d4, and then, yeah, queen f3. Don't clarify the position by taking right away.
Yeah, you'd like black to eventually take here and just be stuck with that c5 weakness. Nihal can play very quickly. He's taking his time here, and I'm a little surprised because I feel like you can play natural good moves here and put pressure on black pretty comfortably.
I was thinking maybe he's thinking about knight c3, a4, sort of the same idea that we just looked at, but the knight gets to a4 and sort of blocks things. So yeah, it's definitely a moment where you have to sort of choose your setup and your path forward. But it feels like if anybody has that edge, it is going to be Nihal. The only thing that's really keeping me believing in Dubov's position is honestly the guy himself, that he plays this position so often with this pawn structure. So the guys have, you know, something to think about here. Eric, maybe we take a look at the only other game in progress and just see how that one has developed. We have two tied matchups here, and we are going to Armageddon if it remains tied.
Yeah, Norderbeck and Lazovic in a very rich position. It looks like it came from maybe an anti-Berlin. H3, restricting white's king, but it can be targeted. Two bishops for black, but they're not at their maximum. This decision is interesting. Getting rid of the
bishop.
Give up the bishop. Knights can maneuver well in some of these close positions. I can envision the queen goes to f1, the knight comes to f3, you play b3, you play against a light squared bishop. It's a light squared bishop that is blocked from any meaningful diagonals because the base is on c2. It just covers d3, e4, f5, so you're quite restricted. So unless black can open up the queen side, I kind of get what Norderbeck is doing.
What do you think about bishop d2 and then c5 to play c4, like guaranteed? Like just to try to force something to open up, because if you play b3, I'm playing c4 anyway, and I actually see the position being incredibly difficult if white plays b3. So I'm trying to seize that moment before it maybe becomes impossible.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
He went rook d8, yep. Okay, same idea though, right? Rook d8, c5, b3, c4.
That's right. Maybe that's a bit more clever. More
Yes.
pieces on the board.
More firepower.
More firepower. Yeah. And keep in mind, c3 traps the bishop, but black might be looking at sacrificing and taking all these pawns, and then all of a sudden the king. And
it's well known in these positions, sometimes black voluntarily sacks a piece to damage this structure, and white always has a great position if the pawn structure remains intact. And the second that it doesn't, we're seeing here, it's being undermined a little bit. Bishop takes c4, rook
takes
h3, and then bishop back to a6. There's going to be b5 on the cards, outside a pawn.
c5, c4.
Yeah, a lot of really exciting imbalances upcoming in this one, but advantage black for sure with the danger of these bishops.
I'm impressed by how Lazovic is playing this, because you have to be very direct and precise.
I mean, otherwise, look at this move, Eric. Queen c6, the blue arrow. It's allowing knight takes e5. Like, what on earth is queen c6? But it's just showing that when that pawn structure is damaged and falls apart, a4, d3, e4, everything is just going to fall, you know, one after the other. And it's just incredible that the best move in the position is literally hanging your center pawn and the exchange.
If he finds that, which he definitely can, that's incredible, but it's a great read. The good thing for Lazovic is he's almost forced to find it, in the sense like you need to break through, and because you're down a pawn, g5 is coming.
Right.
And the queen's forced there anyways, but you'll lose maybe more pawns. It accelerates this. He's found it.
Incredible
Queen
move.
c6.
And Norderbeck is nodding as if, you know, he saw it, he realized how strong it was. That's a nod of approval, like, yeah, okay, of course. He did find it, and that is a good move.
What an exchange sacrifice here. It remains to be seen if white goes for it, but the whole setup was revolving around, hey, you know, I'm targeting this. You can't take this pawn. Part of, you know, we see why black kept his bishop, right? Let's just say you go rook here. Maybe I can play bishop a3 or f6 first.
Yeah.
And bishop a3 is coming, and this type of penetration on light squares, you can't hold on.
That's right. And the
and the knights are getting exposed.
F8.
Yeah. So you go for the material here, but it doesn't take us long to recognize how strong that is. I think Norderbeck sees that as well. But you can't afford to play passive. So we have this direct line, and once you lose c2, you might as well grab the material. For example, here, takes, knight f4, right? Try your best to hold on.
Yep.
But
yeah, I wonder if you should hold the g-pawn or not in that situation. And actually,
there's another move that I missed them on. I thought he was taking the base of the pawns. Queen takes e4 check. Just a funny looking move. Of course it works.
I didn't consider it at all, especially because queen c2 felt like the achievement, that then you lose d3, e4, and queen e4 didn't even cross my mind.
Because of the knight f4 move, I guess.
Move.
No, yeah. It's because of knight f4 here that I maybe overestimated. I thought this was it, but this maybe actually is the glue that allows white to play rook h. I don't know, just
or rook g7 and then the h pawn. Like, it's just a lot to calculate. Whereas this is still the same
F3.
Bishop advantage, but less risk.
So now we're back to material equality. 2 knights versus 2 bishops, but open position, which favors the bishops. And most importantly,
yep, I think Eric, he's assumed less risk. That's for sure.
Yes.
Black going into the other line was like a full send. I think it was better according to the engine, but this is definitely the more natural way to execute the same type of idea. C6 and B5 is coming as well.
He plays f6 first to protect this, but as you mentioned, this rook is offside, so white has to be immediate here because you don't want to be passive against these two bishops bearing down. G5, it looks like you're pushing forward.
I saw your arrow. It went over top of the blue arrow, B5.
Yeah. No, you'd mentioned it because, you know, this bishop takes away the rook going down. This is very fast for... You know, knights are notoriously bad at covering outside passed pawns. Look at these knights. They can't really move. You can't go knight d2. I can take and take. You can't move this knight. You can't move the rook down.
The d pawn.
C3, I can even take. I just, yes, yeah, you can take the d3 pawn. What nice chess from Lazovic here.
Really nice.
Into structure, because how do we get back? We don't
I
even
don't have an answer, Eric.
Well, if we just play manually, rook g2. Oh no, then you can take and go rook check.
Yeah.
You can take on e4 and trade everything off in the pawn.
I mean, you almost want to play king g2 and c3. That way we defend against your bishop takes c3.
So king g2 is played c3.
Yep. Okay, on the board. I was definitely concerned here, though.
Can you take and play like rook b3? I was just trying to...
Yeah.
I'm threatening to go here and a2. So I'm trying to... He's taken there.
Okay, so it appears as though rook takes and rook a4 is an idea, but if you take with the rook, there's a2.
A2, there's a2. Now the rook is entombed here. White has the h pawn to distract or sacrificing this pawn to get this down the board, but you have to find that quickly. Wow, because black has a plan of just walking the king down him on, right?
There is also rook d1, rook a1. It's not my favorite way to convert this advantage, but it could also be considered.
I'm just thinking about walking the king down.
Yep. Yes, no doubt about it. I mean, this is a phenomenal game from Denis Lazovic. The queen c6 maneuver.
The knight here. Is this the idea?
Mm-hmm.
Knight d3. e5.
I mean, you got to create something.
Rook takes. Sorry, knight takes. The sac. You know, it just hangs it, but it doesn't work in.
So king e4 here. I thought rook f7, just to take the pawn on f6.
You don't want to just that works. Wasn't sure if you can still just play this.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you can. Mm-hmm.
King e4. Got to do it.
Yeah, the rook will have to sacrifice itself for the a3 pawn. You're hoping to win black's rook for the f pawn, but I just don't see it being enough.
Do you take here? Or do you move the rook back? Well, let's be careful about where we move the rook. How you can throw the game is this.
Yeah.
And then takes and takes. He's simplified.
Mm-hmm.
But white is for sure winning this rook for the pawn. They're both on the third rank. So are we racing between the H and the C? This is super complicated still. But the plan is clear now, right? For Norderbeck.
Yeah, the thing is, it is... for Norderbeck, there's no calculation. You just must play into this line. You know you're playing king e6 and f7.
He's calculating if he should play king b2 first or a2. What can gain a tempo?
He's shaking his head. He doesn't like his, the initial calculation of moving every single pawn and calculating up the board. He doesn't like where it's leading.
So the idea is here, If you go f7, then you get your rook maybe behind,
okay.
and you get
Maybe
the
check
two
and
pass
behind,
pawns.
but same
Check and
thing.
behind, yeah.
This is an incredible endgame, and it's been misplayed by both players thus far, and it continues to be, according to the engine. It's so hard to
figure out.
36
King E6.
seconds. There's another win condition as well as the board, which is time just running out.
And keep in mind, the h-pawn queen's on h8. There's a lot of times where that will queen with check, whether the king is on b2 or you end up getting this pawn through and white sacrifices. Do you play rook here? Does that gain any time? Probably not.
It feels like a position that is losing for white, because it feels like you can't catch the pawns in time.
Yeah, 2 advanced pawns versus a rook.
Right. And king takes c5. I guess it's the move, but so if a2, rook g3, rook G, like I wonder, is there a rook g2 move or some weird?
This is
so difficult to calculate. It's impossible to play it correctly.
The idea is that by forcing the king back, you're just checking, right? Just checking
forever. Yeah,
forever. Until the king moves in a bad spot, and then you get your rook to stop the pawn.
Black's down on time here. At some point, yeah, you might have to just take the draw because...
For sure.
Okay, wait, this is
And then you just walk the king.
You can lose this game still. Okay, he's going to take it. Keeps the rook defending. Eric, that was an unbelievable endgame. Noterbeck so resilient. I feel like for him to hold on there is his like champion mentality.
That's incredible.
Don't know how he did it. And there is another game that's just ending. That's the Dubov Nihal one. We just saw it wrap up there on the screen. A draw in that one, Eric. And yeah, not
means you get a couple Armageddons. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Not for lack of trying.
No, I can't believe. I mean, it's like Lazovic put together an unbelievable sequence of moves, and it still wasn't enough. As we take a look at the bracket here, obviously our focus is on those 2 matchups that we just saw, the winners quarterfinals, 2-2 in both of the matchups. Abdussatorov Lazovic, Dubov Nihal. We're gonna have back-to-back Armageddons coming up next, and you know what that means. That means more bids coming in, the same process again, and whoever loses this Armageddon game is going to move down to the losers bracket and compete against Pranesh or Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, one sounds a bit harder than the other there, but everyone's good.
Yeah,
but it's not an easy task.
At this
Nepo.
point, I'm thinking about the 2 possibilities, right? Armageddon, we're going to see the same kind of bids from the players, but just thinking about how the matches were, I think it was draws in every game, if I'm not mistaken. Just wonder, like, Denis Lazovic and Abdussatorov, actually, the first 2 games were wins each.
Yeah.
So that factors into what I'm saying is, I think in Dubov versus Nihal, having the black pieces, I think will actually be a really big asset. So I'm expecting some lower bids in that one to maybe compensate for that.
Yeah, black won both games. Yeah, that's right. In Noterbeck Lazovic, if both players won with black, it feels like they might be inclined to be a bit more competitive with those bids. We'll see someone maybe be like 6 minutes and 50 seconds, 7:02. I don't know.
Exactly. So, okay, we have 2 Armageddons. Again, just to remind everyone what the Armageddon format is. We just kind of briefly talked about it, but there is going to be a bidding process. The players are going to submit sealed bids. The real thing about Armageddon is that if the game ends in a draw, then black wins. So it's a big advantage to have the black pieces. And in order to compensate for that advantage, the players are going to make an offer, a bid, say, I will take a time deficit just to have the black pieces, so I have the draw odds. But whoever bids lower is going to actually get the black pieces. So you don't know what your opponent's going to bid. You have to lock them in blindly. And outbidding your opponent by, a second feels really empowering, but maybe your opponent bids 10 minutes. They say, I don't care. Give me the white pieces. This guy can take black with whatever he bids. And then you bid a really low number, you might feel foolish. So we do have some bids, Eric, that are locked in here, so we can announce them. There's some close ones. So Denis Lazovic, 7 minutes, 30 seconds. Noterbeck, 7 minutes, 19 seconds, which means that Abdusattorov takes the black pieces in that one and will have the draw odds, but almost 3 minutes down. And then Dubov, 7 minutes, 35 seconds. Nihal, 7 minutes, 29 seconds. So Nihal winning the bid, going ever so slightly lower, 6 seconds. He'll take the black pieces. From what we've seen in these two matchups so far, Eric, not to call anything, blow anything out of proportion, but I do think Abdusattorov and Nihal winning the bids, getting the black pieces, and, only barely outbidding their opponent, good sign. Definitely a confident start.
For sure. Yeah, no, I mean, these are some good matchups. Dubov, Sarin, Dubov has to win with white, and we know he can create fireworks on the board. And we know Nihal is a fighter, and he likes that kind of challenge. But Dubov, this is he's playing from bed. He's playing some crazy chess, and it feels like this is a format that really wakes him up. When we saw that in the first part of the day. So Lazovic, Abdusattorov, we see this from the new generation. For example, the Uzbekistan grandmasters, they're psychologically so strong. What you mentioned, right? Saving this game against Lazovic to stay in the match. Like, Lazovic has to remove this game from his head a little bit because he knows he was winning and let him out. So bit of a mental reset for the players, and then we're off to Armageddon.
And I'm thinking about all of these players involved in the two matchups here, and I think I could probably credit, maybe Dubov is the most likely to tilt. I'm just thinking about how likely they are to put a game behind them. Most of these players, newer generation, right? They're not really thinking about the last game. They're thinking about always the next game. And all right, we're already in. Denis Lazovic against Noterbeck Abdusattorov, and Denis starting with the white pieces and the full 10 minutes, whereas Noterbeck 7 minutes 19 seconds. So a huge deficit when it comes to the clock, and he'll need to make up for that.
Yeah, and we're already seeing quite a few potential trades here. Not that Lazovic minds. He's a pretty good technical player and can extend the games, but it's not like a big center or something really dynamic to start. I guess you're calculating here, knight takes e4. Yeah. Potentially, like, now black has to consider, if you take on e4, you are stuck with double pawns and potentially a very nice compact structure for white if white has time. I mean, it's not over yet. Maybe queen b6 is a nice disruptive move. I'm not as, that's certainly consideration. Or you move your knight back.
Right.
He goes for it, and that the double e pawns can be a problem for black to have. So I wonder if we're going to see something like, just why queen b6? Because the dark square bishop has developed. So b2 is more tender, frankly.
I wonder if queen h5 is a move. It looks like a weird one, but trying to play bishop b5, and then bring
that's a nice little trick there. And now all of a sudden the king gets hunted. So queen h5.
Exactly.
He goes bishop e2.
Okay, so same thought of castling, rook b1, bishop b5, like all of this comes really, really quick. And you want to stop bishop b5, Eric, you got to invest in a6, another move that takes time away from development. So understandably, he does not go for it. But it seems that Denis has a little bit of understanding about this position early on. I'm getting a good feeling about the confidence that he's playing bishop e2 castle, leaving a pawn temporarily hanging, and maybe expanding with c4. You mentioned the double pawns. They are going to be a liability. The question is just how much.
Yeah, I thought c4 might have been played earlier. It would have taken away potentially bishop d6 in some lines. Here, though, Yeah, as you mentioned, Dennis doing well. If all things are equal, we talk about the double E pawns. We talk about how white has C4 and D4. You can get your rooks behind it and have a bit more space. And yeah, there you go. He's just grabbing the space. There's positions where black has the worst bishop. Bishop C6. The good news there is you're ready to meet bishop C4 with bishop D5. The bad news is maybe white can try to still press the advantage on the queen side and create a pass pawn.
Right.
Interesting. You don't want to trade here, probably.
It's a must-win game, which is also factoring into how I'm viewing these moves. It does feel that if you take and plant the bishop on d5, I thought that that'd be a little bit tough to win. And black also has h6, g5, like some really quick counterplay on the other side of the board. So regardless, I think Noterbeck can be very happy with the position that he's got because he's got a clear plan.
Yeah, you mentioned g5, f4. And that you need to play moves like that because what I mentioned before was white's main plan here might be to free up a pawn, create a passer on the c file. Here, queen g7. Okay, I mean, Dennis offered the queen trade earlier. Didn't happen. Here, he's forced to trade. Well, Noterbeck is offering a queen trade. I'm a little surprised by that. I thought that in terms of a race and the match situation, first of all, Dennis is a technical player, doesn't mind endgames. I think he's really, really good, especially for a young player there. But it's a very clear and comfortable plan. The upside is your pass pawn is queening. The upside for black with their pawn push isn't a pass pawn. It's disrupting the king, making weaknesses, but there's no queen on the board. So it's not like if you get a 4 in, you're mating white or even getting a pass pawn. So this definitely favors Dennis. This just pass pawn. You can take here, make a7 a weakness.
Yeah, take and rook c7 is quite direct. I think you want to avoid playing c6 at all costs because, black is just going to blockade and you're not making any more progress there.
And he's keeping the tension because it's not in black's favor to take and mobilize those pawns even further. So what you mentioned them on, right?
Yeah, I think taking, I was going to say with this position being more technical and definitely an advantage for Dennis, did you want to look at Dubov and Nihal? Because I think we can pretty safely say that Dennis has a great shot at winning this, but I don't think it's guaranteed. Whereas I'm looking at the Dubov position, it's looking a lot crazier. And it's also a position where time has evened up. Black is better and black has draw odds.
Yeah, Nihal, he's super active here. Dubov has a knight on b3. We said he's a great attacking player. He doesn't have the initiative here. This is not where he thrives. This is not where he induces mistakes. Not only is Nihal offering a queen trade, but his position is just good. His pieces are active and white's pieces are misplaced. The knight on b3 is out of the game. It doesn't have good squares. Bishop on d3 is okay, but you got to watch out for your c4 pawn. You don't really have anything on this light square diagonal. So, assuming there's no tactics on this bishop here, you fall for some spin or something. No, this is really, really good for Nihal. He can bring his knight in. He can potentially take material. You don't want to take here because of rook e6.
That's right.
But maybe you can take with the queen. And then this is loose. I think Nihal would rather just get the queens off, though.
I do think, it seems like that's, especially with Dubov, that's going to play into his hands to leave the queens on the board. A move like knight e5, hitting the bishop. Yeah, you have rook b2. You also have g5 to make sure f4 doesn't ever happen. And I feel like once you secure that knight on e5, it's all positive from there. And yeah, bishop b1, the c4 pawn is hanging. b2 is also hanging, as you pointed out.
I would take here, exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
And now c4 is loose. f4, I can. No, this is a nice little tactic. And if we do the math, Yes, you get e6. It's a rook in 2 pieces, but then b3's loose, so you give it right back.
Knight d4. By the way, f2 was
I would just
also
take on f2,
hanging.
right?
Yeah,
F2.
knight takes e6 and rook takes f1, queen takes bishop h7. Exactly. Putting that all on the board and then playing it through, king takes rook f8, queen takes c4. Probably still winning for black, but Nihal, other ideas.
Look at
Keeps it
this.
simple.
Rook takes. You take with the bishop. You give back material. You're saying that rook is stuck. He goes knight e2 to hold on to it. But, well, like you just can't move as white almost. And look at these pawns. They're just gonna knight d3 is coming. This is beautiful.
I guess the only saving grace is that you do have a rook. Like, it's not that it's going to be one back here, at least with white. I have some kind of imbalance. I'm not just playing an equal position and then, oh, I'm down a couple pawns. At least I have an imbalance here.
Yeah, you have an imbalance, but at the same time, Dubov thrives when he's attacking. He's the initiative. You are playing a very, very passive position here. You can move the knight back to c5. There's 4 passed pawns on the queen side, and black has not just coordination. Nothing's hanging.
And once these pawns start moving, I mean, they're gonna go all the way down the board. Like, that's 4 passed pawns once we actually get to it. So be very careful of that.
Nihal's playing an amazing game here. Knight might circle back to e4. You can play d5. You can play.
Yep.
You can almost pin the knight, right?
Like,
it's almost tempting to go queen e6 or queen e7. This check is lethal.
Yeah.
With the knight coming in, the rook is hanging. This just looks like it wins on the spot.
Yeah, because queen e3 and knight d3 or knight e4 afterwards with knight
and the
f2.
rook is hanging anyways, right? So it's like you have to defend the rook, but even if you defend it, as we mentioned, queen e3 check, knight comes in.
The confident water sip. Yeah.
And Dubov is sitting upright, but not because he's relaxed. He knows he knows this is lost.
Yep. Now he's pinning himself here. That's when you know things are bad. Queen e3 threatens f4 and d2, and knight e4 is about to. Knight e4 wins on the spot, so this is trouble.
I'm expecting knight d3.
Yes. Queen g3, but the rook on e1 is hanging as well as the rook on d2, so you don't have anything to do. Okay, rook e6. Wow. Eric, that was domination. He just took advantage of an early mistake, and Nihal punches his ticket through in the winner's bracket, and we got to jump back to the other game that's still in progress here.
And it's not a new situation. Lazovic pushing, Nordebek fighting on, though. Like, even in tough positions, he makes you work so hard. I mean, white has this outside pass pawn protected. That's usually always good, but black's down a pawn. White has double G pawns, but he's very active. His king is centralized. His pawn is pushed through, and a7 doesn't work on its own. You don't want to do that unless you think you can promote it, because you can't get 2 pieces. You can't get your bishop. The bishop doesn't have access to a8, and black could defend, and his king is in time. Rook e5.
Okay, so he's really going for it here. Rook takes b5 and
we
rook
see
a5
the blue line, though. Rook a8. Rook c8. Let's just say they repeat. Dennis is up on time. If we were to repeat, if we repeat,
first of all, we know that we won't get a full repetition because it's Armageddon. So that will actually push Dennis to maybe look for that better move. Speaking of blue arrows, king e3 is the move that Nordebek needs to play, but it is unusual. Nordebek would have to realize a flaw in his move, because why would you repeat moves and not repeat them again, right? You'd have to second
Exactly.
guess your
Yeah,
own
because
move.
a draw is good. So you usually put the pressure on your opponent to play on. That's King
This is a difficult
E3.
thing to do, but it really looks like Eric, he might be second guessing his own rook e5, or he would have played it already.
For sure. You usually play it right away, pass it on, but he's doing a good job not repeating it, but time is a factor. And he's found it though. Now you pretty much, you can't move your bishop out of the way because of rook f8 mate. So he pins it instead. Lazovic maybe will play rook a3 to support the pawn while still pinning. And the kind of thing
Or a7 and rook c7, like just tie the rook down one way or another.
A7, rook here, you have to take here, and then rook, yeah.
I wasn't sure if that endgame was any, because the rook's totally tied down, but the king is just so well placed.
But what's the move? So Dennis takes, it forces the pawn to take.
Rook c6.
And you're just arguing that you're going to get two pawns here.
And your king slides to d1, and then basically anytime there's mate, you throw in a check. Like, oh, rook check and slide over. So rook c3 perhaps, actually. Might be the easiest in that case.
He took and he played rook c6, Amon.
Okay, rook b8. Rook b8's very passive.
You can give a check, but I think you can just take the pawn, put the rook back, and start pushing the g-pawn. Because as you mentioned, black can't threaten mate, then we just check, and we're out of it.
So do you play rook c6 here?
That's what I was thinking.
Or do you play king d2? Yeah.
I was tempted to just go rook c6. But there's a threat. If king c4, you can take on b6 and play a7, for example.
Very tricky.
But king here gives white the tempo, which you don't want to do either. So I think this is now Dennis is very comfortable because
king c4, rook b6. We could see that, like the thought process of not playing king c5. I can see that happening.
But when you give a check and the king goes here, the king can never catch this pawn. So just give a check.
Rook e8 is the attempt now. Or rook f8.
Yeah. Norderbeck's an active counterplay guy. So where will Dennis put the rook? F5
this time,
or E5?
he cannot afford, Eric, the same mistake as last time because a draw is now a loss. So the stakes are so high, and it's the exact same position where he's in a winning position. He has to calculate it.
Do we play a7? Put the rook
a7
here?
and rook h7. I've been he mouse slipped.
Mouse slipped.
Rook
that's
g8.
Brutal.
And he's going to mouse slip his way to the loser's bracket with rook h8. He cannot believe it. Eric, the fight would have continued on rook g8. It was a losing position. So, full credit to Denis Lazovic, and what a funny line you're highlighting. That rook g8, white can actually give up the rook, and it's not a mouse slip this time, folks. But, in a position like that, he was lower on time. Denis had the advantage. It felt like Denis was the one pushing, but you hate to see it end like that.
For sure. No, we've seen him come back or Norderbeck fight back from these positions. So, that's very unfortunate. The good news for him is he's not out of the event. It's a loser's bracket, but tough way to go. And Denis, though, proving, Denis the Menace, advancing through, and pairing we're familiar with now, Carlsen versus Lazovic, coming up tomorrow.
Right. That's right. We saw shades of this, Speed Chess Championship, Carlsen and Lazovic. So looking at the winners semifinals, we now have some matchups that are made. They're completed. We will be seeing those in tomorrow's coverage. Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lazovic, and Nihal beating Dubov to move on and face Duda, who is having a remarkable event thus far. He's really showing his class and his form. So I truly think those two semifinal matchups are going to be exciting. Magnus, obviously a clear favorite, but Denis just keeps knocking on that door again and again. One of these days you feel like it's going to be his moment to take out Magnus, because he constantly demonstrates what he's able to do against the rest of the field. And, you know, while we're looking at winners semifinal matchups created, Eric, there's also the losers round 2 matchups that are finalized. Dubov against Pranesh, Abdusatorov against Nepomniachtchi, which I think those final 2 matchups, Abdusatorov and Nepomniachtchi, Keimer, MVL, those stand out to me as extremely exciting matchups there in the losers bracket, Eric.
Yeah, no, we have like former world champions playing in the losers bracket. Just Abdusatorov, we know he's going to be back. He is so resilient in general. And yeah, no, this was good.
Yeah, this is only day number 1 here. There's actually 4 days of this, so we're gonna have more action tomorrow, of course. We've got the days that come after, along with the finals and grand finals, if necessary, on that final day. But the top 3 spots, right, Eric? That's what everyone's fighting for. There's just so much that comes with that ticket to EWC. It's so much more than just an invitation, right? It can really transform your career with the prize money, signing to an esports org. There are people fighting here, Eric, that aren't currently signed to a team. So even more impactful for them.
Yeah, I mean, the only guys that aren't fighting for that are Dennis and Magnus, right? And they're playing each other.
That's right.
So, yeah, no, it's. By the way, has Dennis been signed by a team? Shocking if not, right?
Yes, he has. I'm actually
okay.
gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up exactly what I saw the beside his name that it was written there. I think All Gamers is the name of the org. So AG All Gamers. So yes, a great pickup in my opinion. Just someone that really will maximize that esports format. You know, he's willing to flag someone, you know, rook versus rook, and it's scary to play someone that's so good in those final moments. But also, I mean, he's been showcasing he's able to hang with all of these competitors in the different phases of the game as well. Opening theory, I mean, you name it. He's just more than an emerging name. It's actually a name that's solidified now as a mainstay in these top online and hybrid events.
Anybody beating Hikaru in a long speech S format, that's just incredible. That will always, like, you know, as I said, I don't think any other players besides, like, MVL has done really well against Magnus SEC. He's done it, but pretty much no one else has in terms of taking out the top 2 guys when you look at the results in the past. But Dennis, and I mentioned he's getting better, adding sharpness, more tactics, variety there. So yeah, every tournament, he played Magnus in the past. It feels like, as you mentioned, he's inching towards that, adding a couple points every time. So that'll be a great matchup for sure.
That's
and
right.
Nihal, we didn't watch too much today, even though we're big fans of him. There's just so many games at once. But
yes,
look at him, right? He's one of the guys as well to look out for.
Well, just think of the different opponents, right? You had Dubov beating Sindarov 3-0, and then Nihal taking him out, you know, equal, even keel draws, and then in the game that matters, he really stepped up. So there's, you know, styles, right? They really make these matchups, and we're gonna have so many more of these matchups upcoming as the commentary continues. We have the winners semi-finals, winners final, losers round 2 and 3, all upcoming. And as we sign off for the day, we also want to remind everyone about DreamHack Atlanta, which will act as, you know, a pathway for that Esports World Cup. This is May 15th to 17th. It's the Masters Battle, and it's an open qualifier. It's your chance, literally, you listening, it's your chance to fight for a spot at the $1.5 million Esports World Cup. Whether you're a local hero, rising star, don't just watch history. This is your chance to actually be a part of it. So go.chess.com/dreamhack or !dreamhack in the chat. Start your journey to Atlanta, which is going to be an exciting event. You know, learning more of those names that could make an appearance in the exciting EWC. But that is all from myself and Eric today on the commentary. We'll be back to bring you day 2 of the Chess.com Open playoffs. Thank you for watching, everyone. And with any luck, we'll see more exciting chess exactly like we did today.
Next
we'll see
3
you guys
days.
tomorrow.
Yes.
Next 3 days.
You guys
tomorrow.
come hang out. Top level
Please.
chess.
It's exciting. Best 16 players in the world. This is the spot where we're hosting. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Everybody has days where they just don't feel up for it. You look in the mirror and you're not your full self. Neurogum, energy and focus. I know a guy who uses the gum to help get ready for his day. And it tastes good. That's the energy and focus this guy needs to go bring smiles to the faces of chess pieces everywhere. There he is. That's my guy. Always forward, never back. Neurogum, helping little pawns feel big since 2015.
Yeah, I think it's quite important because, I mean, with candidates out of the picture, there are not so many top level events for me personally, so I really want to make it to EWC. And yeah, also clashing with GCT has no effect on me, so I want to give my best and make it there. And of course there's last chance qualifier, but that's always a bit uncertain, so I'll try my level best and make it from here. I think this falls a bit towards Rapid than Blitz, and the title Tuesday Fight 0 falls a bit towards Blitz, but essentially they would come down to the same thing towards the end. But maybe this offers more chances to the stronger players because like there's more time to think. So I think it 10-0 favors the stronger players a bit more. So I like 10-0. It was a very unique experience for sure. The only time I felt similar was when we had Asian Games back in 2023, where you could get to follow other sports and so on. And this was similar in some way, but this was esports. And it was very exciting, the atmosphere there. And yeah, I'll try my level best to try and be there again. And it's a new and totally unique experience for sure. Yeah, I think it gives a lot of people an opportunity, like someone quite strong, especially in the blitz kind of time controls, but doesn't get invitations, could benefit from this. For example, I can think of Pranav. He's really good, but his classical rating is not quite there yet, so he doesn't get many invitations. Yeah, this kind of an event is chance for not just him, but many such players like him.
It's 2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive. Come on, the board's waiting.
This is the Esports World Cup, and in 2026, we're raising the bar again. For 7 weeks starting in July, over 2,000 players from more than 200 clubs will compete in 24 game titles. And with a life-changing prize pool exceeding $75 million, the club championship stakes have never been higher. The club with the most points will be crowned as the best esports club in the world, taking home an incredible $7 million grand prize. But that's not all. With over 300 plus activations taking place across the event, the Riyadh Boulevard will become a must-visit destination for families, friends, and fans alike. EWC is where players become legends, fans become a part of history, and the best rise above. See you this summer at the Esports World Cup 2026. 26, we're raising the bar.